Peace. ETM Hotep. Welcome to the Sesh channel. This is your brother Wujawu, Medew Maat, and welcome again to the Sesh channel. Shout out to everyone who's tuned in on this late Sunday evening. This is one of those drive-by episodes again, but I did give a forewarning earlier when the brother Asari Motep was live and giving a presentation on a very, very similar topic as you see on the screen and in the title of our video here. So again, shout out to everyone. Just want to take a moment just to take a peep at the chat and see who's tuned in before I actually get started. See, I have the brother Boom, Sadiq, brother Zane, Donnie Williams. Peace to you all, and hopefully you all can learn, to have a takeaway after I do this short, brief discussion on the topic. All right, so the topic is African, simultaneously being African and not African. Now, the inspiration for what I'm about to explain and expound on are the recent conversations regarding identity in the context of, who's African, who's not. And thrown also in the mix a bit are the identity of the ancient Egyptians, the identity of North Africans versus all other Africans, the identity of Black people in America, the Caribbean, and elsewhere, etc. All right, so that's the inspiration for what I'm about to explain. And also, what I'm about to explain serves as, clarification for those who may not have been up on or listening to all of the discussions that have been going on. You may not have time to or missed the discussions and what have you. So I just want to put it all in one spot in terms of an explanation of simultaneously being African and not African. So that you'll have, one spot to go to for either clarification or, just to get a perspective on this topic. All right. So again, welcome. I know it is pretty late, so I don't want to be too long, and I want to jump straight in. Now, this video is going to be archived, so those who missed it live right now, hopefully you'll be listening to it and hearing what I'm saying right now as an archive, and I would like to welcome you to this video as well. All right, so I am just going to jump straight in. Waste no time. So, as you can see on the screen, we have the title, African, simultaneously being African and not African. So let me just give you some context on my stance and my part in these multiple discussions. So if any of you all are familiar with me over the years, I have been saying the same thing. A lot of things that I say, I've been very consistent with. You will rarely find me having a change in the consistency of the stances that I've been taking over the years, and I always like to document any stance that I take, because if I should change any stance, it would be on the basis of evidence. I like to see myself as a true scientist who follows the evidence wherever it may go. So, and science is always self-correcting, either self-correcting or adding and updating based on the evidence that's available at any given time. So on certain points, stances remain the same because the evidence remains the same, and so on. Then also there's different ways to explain the same thing, so you may find better ways to explain things. And so I always like to document all of that stuff over the years and just watch and see those changes. All right. So again, if anybody's been familiar with me, my stances on, multiple topics, my area of focus has been ancient Egypt, the culture of ancient Egypt. That's been my focus. That's what people usually know me from, ancient Egypt. But I also deal with many other things that I may chime in on. So it's not just about ancient Egypt with me all the time, but on this channel and a lot of cameo appearances I make on other platforms and things, it would be on something related to the topic of ancient Egypt. All right. I am a teacher of Sesh, Medew, Netcher, and Rodney Kemet. Sesh, Medew, Netcher being the hieroglyphic writing system, and Rodney Kemet being the language, the ancient Egyptian language itself, its grammar, which consists of its morphology and syntax. So I've been doing that for over 10 years now, and I've been fortunate enough to teach quite a few people, at least on the beginner's level, to where people are now able, or upon completion, they're able to read, transliterate, and translate basic inscriptions. And by basic inscriptions, I usually mean museum or monumental inscriptions. That way, if they make a trip to ancient Egypt, they take a trip to modern Egypt and view the monuments there, they don't have to quite rely on a tour guide, or they can fact check the tour guide, because they themselves will be able to have the skills to be able to make out the different inscriptions by whatever is pointed out. And also any trips to museums and things like that, and online. A lot of images are available online from other people taking pictures of tours, museum pieces, exhibitions, and so on and so forth. All right. More advanced people that are taking it further and may have a different motivation for learning about ancient Egyptian culture, those people will get more into the grammar, and we deal with actual text and things like that. So that's pretty much what people usually know me for, and I've been involved with. But and there's also things that are related to Egypt that come up, and so it's a little spinoffs. But for this topic here, my stance has always been on the topic of African, whether, who's African and who's not African. My stance has always been the same. I've always said that there are two things at play. So I'm just going to jump straight into it. And again, if you're just tuning in, welcome. You're listening to, you're tuned in to the Seshu channel. You're listening to myself, Brother Wujau, and diving in. Okay, so African. What does it mean to be simultaneously African, but also not African? That sounds a bit weird, right? So what I want you to notice on the screen are, on your left, you see a word cloud. You see DNA, biology, helix, genetics, and so on. Those words stand out. On the right-hand side, you see national, country, politics, government, nation, patriotism, etc. So already, as I'm jumping in, hopefully just this first image will start to shape your mind to see where I am going with the stance and the question. Simultaneously being African and not African. And truthfully, I can really end this presentation right now with this one image and the title, because I have confidence in everyone who's watching me right now. I have confidence that you can look at this image and read the caption and get it. It's very, very simple. So let's start with that simplicity. So being African on the left is on the basis of genetics, having African ancestry. On that basis, we are African. I am African. On the right, on the basis of nationality, citizenship, a member of a nation and its government, I am not African because I have no citizenship or I'm not a member of any nation on the continent of Africa. And on that basis, I'm not African. So I want to start with that very simple outline. Very, very simple. Because I found myself in these conversations where emotions and feelings will cloud the understanding. This simplistic thing that I just said, people will overlook what I just said, and then the conversation will go off into other areas and it will spiral out of control. Okay, I do realize that these issues are a sensitive subject to a lot of people. So that's why I'm keeping it very, very basic and very simple. So again, like I said, I can actually stop the stream right now because I'm sure most of you get what I'm saying. So just briefly, before I continue, with those of you watching right now, do me a favor. If you already get what I'm saying and what I mean with the caption and the left side being on the basis of biology, genetics, DNA, or ancestry, that I am African, and on the other hand, which is the right hand, I'm not African on the basis of citizenship, nationality, a member of a nation, and its government, that I'm not African. So do me a favor. Just let me know in the chat right now before I continue. Do you understand that? Just say, yes, you follow, or yes, just give me some kind of affirmative that you understand. And so I want to take a moment and see your responses before I continue. All right. So I don't like moments of silence, so I will continue talking, but do me that favor and just answer that question because I want to make sure that I am being understood. All right. And I apologize for me taking this slow because believe me, I've been involved with conversations recently and I really do not understand how anybody can't get it. But in fact, people are not getting it. All right. So I'm making it very simple, and I apologize. I'm not trying to sound, I'm not trying to make it too remedial as to be insulting. All right. But I want to make sure everybody gets this. Okay. So, all right. Now you all see y'all. Okay, I appreciate the answers. So I'm looking at the answers on the screen, in the chat. I mean, and everybody so far says yes, they understand. So you all have confirmed I can really just stop, but I'm not. Okay, because then some of y'all are just gonna say no for no for just to keep me going. You can say no, I don't understand. Explain. So. No, I'm going to keep going. But I want to start off making it real simple because the attention span, I know people who are not watching now, they're going to click on this video maybe and watch it. So I wanted to get that out in the first 5 minutes. Okay. So if they click off the video, they already got the meat of what I'm saying. All right, so now let me elaborate. Okay, so that's the gist of it. So let me repeat. And I'm speaking for myself. Okay. The title is African, simultaneously being African and not African. So what do I mean by that? On one hand, which is the left hand, by way of ancestry, descendancy, biology, genetics, DNA, etc., on that basis, I am African. Period. On the other hand, which is the right hand side, on the basis of nationality, citizenship, under a member of a nation or government or country on the continent of Africa, that I am not. Therefore, on that basis, I am not African. And if any of you all listening are in the same shoes as I am, you too are simultaneously African on the left and not African on the right. Period. All right, I had a little moment of silence right there because I want everybody to get that before I move on. All right, so now let me explain. So let's elaborate. All right, here's where we're going to have some fun. Let's elaborate. So let's start off with the dictionary. This is the dictionary, Merriam-Webster's dictionary. All right, and I put the URL at the bottom in case you all wanted to look it up. But of course, you could just pull it up and type in African, and it will come up for you. So this is the from Merriam-Webster's dictionary, the one of the most used dictionaries. You got Oxford and so on and so forth. I'm choosing this one for the sake of this conversation. So it says African. Now, as we're taught in grade school, we're taught how to use dictionaries. And in dictionaries, they have what's called multiple senses of words. And usually what that means is that you'll see a dictionary entry, and then you'll see definition number 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And then they'll give you the part of speech or the word class. So certain words will have a single entry, but two major classes. For example, African is of the class of noun type of words, as a noun, and then it's also listed as an adjective. And both of them have their separate senses. Now, so what I'm showing is the word African as a noun. Okay? Just to keep it simple. So an African as a noun, and we understand nouns to be persons, places, things, ideas, etc. Adjectives would be descriptors. They would be modifiers, giving a description, elaborating more so on a person, place, or thing. Okay? Now, African as a noun has two senses. You see it numbered, number 1 and number 2, and I don't think you all can see my cursor, and I think I confirmed that before. So let me get my trusty arrow out. So we have sense number 1 and sense number 2. Sense number 1 says a native or inhabitant of Africa. Sense number 2, a person, and especially a black person, of African ancestry. Now notice, what this means is that in order to qualify yourself as an African, according to the common use of the term, which we found in dictionaries, there are two ways in which you can call yourself an African. One, by being a native or inhabitant of Africa, and two, a person, and especially a black person, of African ancestry. All right, simple enough, right? So let's keep moving. So what I'm going to do, we're going to talk about both of these senses separately. So what I have on the screen now is the splitting of those two senses. So on your left, we have sense number 1. On your right, we have sense number 2. So number 1, a native or inhabitant of Africa. What this is going to yield is going to yield a political definition. It's describing a political scenario or circumstance. That's what sense number 1 does. Sense number 2, which was a person, and especially a black person of African ancestry, this is describing a genetic reality. Okay? Those are the two senses we just read. One is a genetic reality, the other is a political reality. And let's go back to what I said in the beginning. You have the genetic reality on the left and the political reality on the right. And we've already discussed that I am, on the genetic reality, an African. On the political reality, I am not. Okay, so I want y'all to follow me as this unfolds. Okay, so far so good, right? All right. Now, what I want to first do, I want to deal with number 2 first. Okay, so I want to deal with a person, and especially a black person of African ancestry, first. So let's unpack that. So here we have the genetic reality of an African, of being an African, which is number 2. A person, especially, and I know you all can't see, let me get my trusty arrow here. A person, and especially a black person of African ancestry. So first, let's discuss why did the dictionary emphasize something here by putting especially a black person? Because they could have easily said a person of African ancestry and just left it alone, right? But they included especially a black person. So I'm going to tell you why. What they did was they injected the modern social construct of race into the equation. So the modern social classifications of race is invoked in the definition due to the reality that all living human beings have African ancestry. So a distinction is made on the basis of race. And I hope you all follow that. So this sense number 2 is based on race. And the outcome of it is African equals the black race. So this sense number 2 is equating or making synonymous the word African to the black race. Now, we have to understand that race, the modern usage of race, is a social construct. It is not based in science. There is no biological reality for race. Race has been utilized and applied based on lookership for the most part. So if a person looks black, they are, in our minds, African. You see how that works? So what this sense of the definition of African does, it takes it from something definitive and is very, very subjective on the basis of the social construct of race. Who is black? Whoever you feel is black, or whoever self-identifies as black, is now equated to an African or being African. All right, because it's assumed you have African ancestry. But you also have to be considered black. All right, so you see how that works. You have to be black, or you have to have African ancestry and be black. That's why they put and especially a black person. So now I have on my left hand side, just to demonstrate, this is the autosomal percentage layout for this particular person. Her picture is a female. Her picture is there. It's probably too small for you all to see it. But I want you to notice something. 99.8% of her DNA is shared with European communities. 99.8. And then they break it down, but I'm skipping the breakdown. She has 0.2% sub-Saharan shared DNA. In other words, 0.2%, that means 0.2% of a percent of her DNA is shared with people in sub-Saharan Africa. But this person would not be considered an African. One, mainly because she would not be considered black. And so therefore, you see how the definition or the sense of the definition of African on the basis of genetics, they have to include especially a black person. Okay, so as I said, it is a known fact in biology, in evolutionary biology, et cetera, that all living human beings on a planet living today have in fact African ancestry. So if they didn't include especially a black person in their sense of the definition, this would fit everybody. Everybody would be considered African. And that's not how the word is used. Okay? So I just want that to be clear. So hopefully we're clear on that and you all are following me along. So let's keep it moving. Here is another example of someone's DNA percentage layout. This is a picture of the female, the woman here, and notice. Let me get my arrow here. Notice that she is. Let's start European. 25.4% of her DNA is shared by European communities on the European continent, and 72% is shared by the communities in sub-Saharan African. She represents the typical, in terms of her genetic layout, her percentage layout, she represents the typical, she's within the range of the average African American here in the United States in terms of the genetic layout. Okay? Now, if you look at her, you may form an opinion about her identity. If you just saw this picture and, you wondered, okay, what is she? What would I identify her as? And, you make up your mind on that. I'm not going to do a poll or ask you all for that. The point here is that she is considered African based upon the genetic reality of ancestry or descent. She would be African on the basis of she would be identified as black. I'm sure all of you all in the chat would identify her as black. And she probably, I have no idea who this person is. I don't know her. So I don't know what she self-identifies as. But most likely she self-identifies as black as well. Therefore, she would be called an African. Okay? She fits this sense of the definition of African. All right? So y'all are still with me. Hopefully y'all are still with me. Now let's keep moving. Now, we're still here at this second sense, right? A person, especially a black person of African ancestry. So we're still on the genetic reality. Now, in terms of African Americans, African Americans, the stats on African American ancestry reports coming from 23andMe and Ancestry.com, not so much AfricanAncestry.com, because they don't give you your autosomal breakdown. AfricanAncestry.com, they will tell you and try to narrow down a tribal affiliation or tribal affiliations, plural, that you are affiliated with based on your paternal and maternal markers, and not so much your autosomal. They don't give you your percentage readout. All right. I believe they used to, but they don't anymore. All right. And they may start back again in the future if they used to. So I'm not sure what the latest status is on that. And AfricanAncestry.com, by the way, is headed up by Dr. Rick Kittles and Gina Page. All right. But the stats, according to the stats coming from all these various different companies, African Americans reports are coming back with 65% or greater of the DNA is shared by African populations, specifically sub-Saharan African populations. Okay, that's the first stat here, which means 35% or less is shared of an African American's DNA is shared with non-African populations. So for those of you who are in the chat, if you've ever done your test, I'm quite sure you fit within this range. And just by the way, as an FYI, while I'm giving, I'm sharing my screen and speaking from slides and stuff, presentation, I do not pay attention to the chat. Okay, so if you're typing to get my attention, I do apologize. But as soon as I'm done, I'll start paying attention to the chat. All right. Okay, so again, summary from here, the takeaway here is that African Americans, when we take DNA sequencing, we take a DNA test with these companies, we're coming back with 65% or greater of our DNA is being shared with sub-Saharan Africans, which means that 35% or less of our DNA is shared by non-Africans. All right, that's the going stats now. And like I said, 65% or greater. You got some people who are 80, some people who are 70, 75, et cetera, et cetera. All right. So hopefully we're clear on that. Now, what does this speak to in terms of the definition of African based on the genetic reality? So what has happened? Now notice that I'm speaking about African Americans, and so I want to first let me show this here. This is a map, one of the many maps that you can find dealing with the transatlantic slave Holocaust. All right, that's how we like to prefer to refer to it, as the horrific events of the transatlantic slave Holocaust. But this is one of the many maps that you'll find. You know, if you look up the maps of the trade routes involved with the transatlantic slave Holocaust, you know, this is an example of what you will see. So as you can see, it's called African Slave Trade, 1450 to 1808. And I'm putting this up here for the purposes of showing that many of the kidnapped victims on the continent of Africa came from the areas where you see this orange on this map. Okay, the areas in orange, even all the way around to Mozambique and even Madagascar. Okay, this is the general area where people were kidnapped from. Now, this entire area was composed of multiple distinct ethnic groups of people. The area that's in orange was not a single homogeneous population of people. All right? So keep that in mind. That's very important to understand that altogether, this whole area in orange, all of the orange areas here, were not a single people, but rather 45, up to 45 distinct ethnic groups were where people were kidnapped from. Okay? So keep that in mind. So that's why I'm just showing that this map. And let me show you another map, just another example. Here's another example, similarly saying the same thing. The areas where this thick purple is pointing from and coming up here to the Americas, you have North America, Central America, and especially South America. All right. But the areas where people were kidnapped from are the same areas that you see on the other map. And keep in mind that these people altogether were never a homogeneous singularity or a single group of people. All right. So here are the ethnic groups that are the top 10 ethnic groups that were involved in the transatlantic slave Holocaust. All right, there's 45. This is from Wikipedia, by the way. I have the URL at the bottom. When you go to this Wikipedia article, you go down to ethnic groups, and it will tell you. It says the different ethnic groups brought to the Americas closely correspond to the regions of heaviest activity in the slave trade. Over 45 distinct ethnic groups were taken to the Americas during the trade. Of the 45, the 10 most prominent, according to slave documentation of the era, are listed below. So these are the 10 prominent ones out of the 45 or more. So you have the Bakongo, the Mande, the Gbe, Akan, Wolof, Igbo, Mundu, Yoruba, Chamba, and Makua of Mozambique. Those are the 10 prominent ones. So this here demonstrates, at the very least now, it's only listed 10 out of 45, but we have 10 distinct ethnicities, distinct groups of people that were involved in being kidnapped and enslaved. All right? So we have to definitely keep that in mind. And so what I'm leading up to is, now mind you, we're still on, let's go back to this. We're still on the right-hand side now. We're still in the genetic reality of a person referring to themselves as African. So I'm using myself as the guinea pig, as the example. I am an African based on sense number 2. I am not an African based on sense number 1 on this page. So in the political reality, I'm not African. In the genetic reality on the right, I am African. So now when I come back here, I am a descendant of a victim of this transatlantic slave Holocaust, the kidnapping. Someone in my family, in my recent ancestry, was actually kidnapped from one of these 45 distinct ethnic groups. The 10 most prominent being on the page now. All right. Well, obviously, at the very least 2 of my family members, my recent ancestry, were taken and kidnapped and enslaved. Survived the slaves, survived the Middle Passage, by any means necessary, long enough to reproduce, have children, who had children, who had children, who had children, or a child, and on and on and on to why I am alive, breathing, and talking to you all right now. And this goes for all African Americans, most African Americans. Okay? So, what am I getting at? Here in the Americas, we started, now mind you, remember I told you all to remember that the people who were kidnapped from the continent were never a single entity, were never a single group of people. It was multiple ethnic groups. Okay, during the transatlantic slave holocaust, upon the shores of America being here, there was an amalgamation occurring where we started to gain, or what started to emerge is an identity, a group identity based on the common event of the horrific, I should say horrific events of the transatlantic slave holocaust. Based on the horrific events of the Holocaust, we find ourselves, or our recent ancestors found themselves here and had to adjust and to adapt. And that adjusting and adaptation forced our recent ancestors to emerge or to grow an identity that was inclusive of everyone based on that common, those common circumstances. And so we started to identify as African and no longer identify with the specifics of being Bakongo or being Mande or being Akan or being Wolof or being Igbo, etc. We no longer had that ability over time now. We no longer had that ability to be specific, because we have to understand a major factor in the transatlantic slave holocaust was the stripping and removing of identity among those who were kidnapped and enslaved. So over time, the ability to be specific was lost. And so we started to have a collective consciousness. And that collective consciousness, we started to identify as being African, knowing that that's where we came from, but not in specifics. Okay, so to move the conversation forward, we started identifying as African early on. So these are just a few examples I have bolded here, where the word African was used in the monikers or naming of institutions and organizations that we had established here in the United States. So just to read a couple of the bold ones, we have the Free African Union Society in the 1780s. Notice that the word African is used. We have the Free African Society, 1787. We have the New York African Society for Mutual Relief, 1808. African Benevolent Society out of Ohio, 1827. The Afrique American Female Literary Association. So the takeaway here is that we started to imagine or envision ourselves as a collective based on the events, the horrific events that had been transpiring during the transatlantic slave holocaust. All right. We lost the specificity, but we gained a more collective. Although we came from separate or disparate ethnic groups on the continent, we merged and gelled together consciously into this new identity called African. Now, what that did was it created an identity on the ethnic level. We basically created a new ethnicity, but that new ethnicity was based on unfortunate circumstances, horrific and unfortunate circumstances. So it was forced. So it's a reactionary process that we did. All right. The term that comes to mind, maladaptive reaction, is what our identity was forged in by calling ourselves African. But nevertheless, we did it. We can't take that away. This is what our recent ancestors did here in the United States of America. All right, as you can see. So we also have, along with these, what I don't see on this list that I'm showing, we have, the African Grand Lodge. You have the Prince Hall Masons or affiliates. You have the AME Church, and so those are big, huge organizations. And I'm sure you all can think of more. All right. So, but the takeaway is the fact that we did identify as African. We used the word African in our monikers and identification and organizations. All right. So that's what we did. Now, as African Americans, well, before I go here, let me pull up. I want to pull up the wiki article on African Americans. So instead of me pasting it all on here, I'm just gonna pull up the article so you all can read it with me. We're gonna read this together. So give me one moment and switch over to the article. All right. We are going to find it as fast as I can. Okay, so you all should be able to see it on the screen. This is the African American entry on Wikipedia, so you all can find it by typing in African Americans. Go to Wikipedia. Now, obviously, I'm not going to read all of it. This is a pretty lengthy article. All right, I'm just going to highlight some points for this discussion. So it says African Americans. Let's read this first paragraph, though. It says African Americans, also referred to as Black Americans and formerly Afro Americans, are an ethnic group. And see, this is what I was saying. We created an ethnic group, or we created an identity on the level of ethnicity. African Americans are an ethnic group consisting of Americans with partial or total ancestry from any of the Black racial groups of Africa. Now, notice again, like the Webster Dictionary did, they are superimposing or including the level of race into these definitions. All right. I want y'all to make sure y'all pay attention to that. It says and I'm going to read this African Americans definition, legal definition, in a second. To go on, it says the term African American generally denotes descendants. Here's that genetic trigger. Whenever you say descendants or ancestry, you're talking genetically. You're invoking genetics. All right. The term African American generally denotes descendants of enslaved Africans who are from the United States. While some Black immigrants or their children may also come to identify as African American, the majority of first-generation immigrants do not, preferring to identify with their nation of origin. And we all should know that that's true. If like me, myself, I'll just use myself as an example. Me growing up, I had a lot of friends whose parents, I should say, were from multiple countries. I was able to, have friends that I had a diverse set of friends at a few points in my life, either from Spanish speaking countries and what have you, whatever the case is. Some of my friends' parents were from Haiti. Some of my friends' parents were from Trinidad. Some of my friends' parents were from Jamaica. And it is very, very true that my friends' parents and their grandparents absolutely identified with their nation of origin and not as an African American. My friends' parents would be like, I'm Haitian or I'm Jamaican. But now my friend, over time, it didn't matter. It wasn't as important to do that. So they say, well, I'm black. I'm African American. And you see that importance fade rather quickly at that, or it didn't really matter. All right. So, and I'm sure you all have had the same experience. I'm just speaking for myself. Okay. So now what I want to skip down to now, let's skip on down. So you see the table of contents. And so there's a lot of information in this article, but I want to go down to the terminology. So let's go to the terminology because I want to just highlight when we started to use the phrase African American or in a hyphenated sense. So let's just read. Terminology in general. It says the term African American, coined by Jesse Jackson in the 1980s, carries important political overtones. Earlier terms used to describe Americans of African ancestry, again invoking the genetic reality, referred more to skin color than to ancestry, and were conferred upon. Now, well, let me read it and we'll come back because I'm going to show you the banana and the tailpipe. Earlier terms used to describe Americans of African ancestry referred more to skin color than to ancestry and were conferred upon the group by colonists and Americans of European ancestry. People with dark skins were considered inferior in fact and in law. Period. So now we'll go back to this banana and tailpipe. It says the earlier terms used to describe Americans of African ancestry, which is invoking the genetic reality, refer more to skin color than to ancestry. Now, here's where the banana and tailpipe comes into play. As I read earlier, one of the senses of the definition of African is a person. Then it says, and especially a what? Black person of African ancestry. Remember, race is the classifications of races is based upon lookership, how you look. And out of that lookership, the primary motivation for judgment is your skin color. That's the primary motivation. Then secondarily, the people go to hair, nose, lips, and all that kind of stuff. But skin color is the primary thing. Black, oh, he's black or whatever the case is, and everything. So it's mixed up in there and it's intertwined in there no matter what. I'm just pointing it out. That's what I mean by the banana and the tailpipe. To continue on, other terms such as colored, persons of color, and Negro were included in the wording of various laws and legal decisions, which some thought were being used as tools of white supremacy and oppression. All right. And we can have a whole conversation on that another time. Let's see. Skipping down. Let's skip down to here. In the 1980s, the term African American was advanced on the model of, for example, German American or Irish American to give descendants of American slaves and other American blacks who lived through the slavery era a heritage and cultural base. Okay? So these hyphenated monikers is the pattern in which African American was used. So now African American becomes similarly to the other hyphenated terms: German American, Irish American, etc. The term was popularized in black communities around the country via word of mouth and ultimately received mainstream use after Jesse Jackson publicly used the term in front of a national audience in 1988. Subsequently, major media outlets adopted its use. Okay, so this grew in use, and then this is a sidebar FYI, everyone should look up how are words entered into dictionaries. No matter which dictionary you use, whether it's Oxford, whether it's Merriam-Webster, and so on and so forth, just look up their methods of how words get put into the dictionaries, and you'll find out that it's based on a few factors, and this is one of them. It's usage in mainstream usage. All right. So the takeaway here, without reading all of this, the takeaway here is I want to show that it wasn't until the 1980s that we started using the term African American, and that's what we currently use today. Prior to that, we were using for ourselves the word African, and we were calling certain organizations African so and so, African so and so, so and so African. All right. Outside of the other words here, as in colored, persons of color, Negro, and then a pejorative N-word that people bleep out. All of those things. Okay. So now, having read that, let's get back to the point I want to make here. So I want to read the legal definition of African American. So the legal definition of African American: African Americans are citizens or residents of the United States who have origins in any of the black populations of Africa. Now, why do you think that they emphasize black populations of Africa? Think about that. There's a reason for that. All right. To continue, in the United States, the terms are generally used for Americans with at least partial sub-Saharan African ancestry. All right, that's key right there. Sub-Saharan African ancestry. Let me bold that up a bit. Most African Americans are the direct descendants of captive Africans who survived the slavery era within the boundaries of the present United States. Okay, so this is the legal formation of the definition, or how African Americans are defined in the eyes of the law. Okay, so they broadly say black, so they invoke race, which is a modern social construct. It's not based on science. Then within the genetic reality, you have partial sub-Saharan African ancestry. So they are continually separating Africa into chunks. North Africa is a different Africa than sub-Saharan Africa. And we have people today that champion and push that same narrative of separating Africa into chunks, at least two chunks: supra-Sahara and sub-Sahara Africa. Whereas sub-Sahara Africa is the real Africa, and super-Sahara Africa is some other type of Africa. That's how people discuss Africa. All right. Now, what I want to also share is this article here, just real quick, just some other information. Let me get this, share this with you all. Now, mind you, I'm still only on sense number 2, because sense number 1 is real quick. All right, I don't want you to think that I'm going to be too much longer. This is only on sense number 2. Now, what I'm sharing on the screen right now is an article done, and it's posted on 23andMe's blogs. This was back in 2022. 2020. And the title is 23andMe paper on transatlantic slave trade, and I would recommend that you check it out. Just in your search bar this title here, and you should be able to pick it up and find it. And I would suggest that you read it, because what these DNA companies do or have done, they use their data and draw statistics from it to be able to correlate, the historical record and things like that in telling a story. Because, as they promote, your genes tell a story, at least 3 stories. And so part of their, teaching and informing people, they come up or they utilize these data sets and, write about it. And so this is one of them. So what this map is showing, again, this map is showing the majority of the victims that were kidnapped from the continent of Africa and where they were taken. All right. So this should be familiar to many of us. You can find different maps that were shown. And so they show trading the kidnapped victims being transported by volume. So the thicker the line, the more volume, the more people were involved. All right, so that's what that map is showing. But now, here's something interesting. Now, I recommend that you read this, because I'm not going to read the whole article, but I'm just going to highlight a few things. So this is titled Genetic Data and Historical Records. So I'm going to read this portion. It says, last year marked 400 years since the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in what was to become the United States of America. Now they're talking about in 2019, obviously, because they the general count is from 1619. So 1619 to 2019, that's where you get to 400 years. So this diagram, so on the left-hand side right here is the documented deportation between regions, and then on the right-hand side, you have the genetic connection between regions. So it says on the left is a graphic that looks at the historical records that show from where in Africa people were taken and where they landed in the Americas after the grueling and cruel Middle Passage. That's what the left-hand side represents. The graphic on the right shows the genetic links between the Americas and Africa. So if you may not understand this graph, I'll just do my best to break it down real quick. So let's see if I can make it bigger. No, that's as big as it's going to get. Okay, so for instance, at the bottom you see West Central Africa right here on where my cursor is. West Central Africa. So you pair West Central Africa up. This is the point of departure on the continent, and this is the genetic relationship people here to that area of the continent. And so you see the percentage of genetics or genes shared. So the darker the square, the more affinities or relationships are there. Okay, so you see how West Central Africa is the darkest on the genetic relationship side and on the departure side. So that makes perfect sense, right? All of that makes sense. And so, but in America, they show you where these things are associated. So the grid is, you have Central South America, North South America, Central America, Latin Caribbean, Guineas, I'm probably butchering that, British Caribbean, and United States. All right. So that's the locations are going up and down. Left and right are the areas. So Senegambia, this is in on the continent. Senegambia, Sierra Leone, Windward Coast, Gold Coast, Bight of Benin, Bight of Biafra, and West Central Africa. All right. Now, so what this means, it says, so I'll read this part. It says, the study documented genetic links to Africa in the Americas, Stephen said. Quote, It's important that we understand the rich history and contributions of African people and their descendants to the culture and history not only of the United States, but also to all the Americas. In looking at the genetic landscape that resulted from this forced migration, one gets a deep and profound sense of the continuous hardships people of African descent have endured. Now, here's some surprises. It says, while the study aligns with known historical records, the researchers also made some unexpected findings. One was an overrepresentation of Nigerian ancestry in many parts of the Americas compared to what shipping records show. All right. And so what this map is showing is the regions in Americas are shaded by mean proportion of African ancestry for people of African descent. So the map illustrates how historical and cultural differences in each region affected intermixing. Okay. So the darker the color, the more pronounced the shared DNA with people in the continent it is. Okay, so the darker the shade of orange to red means that you have more shared DNA with people on the continent. So notice that the darker reds are in the south of the United States, what we call the South, and then one spot in South America, and then this area in Central America, but not in Mexico and not in these other countries. I see Brazil somewhere over here and so on. But if you look at the previous map, you'll see the majority of the people are taken all up and down here in South America. So what happened? I mean, look at the amount of people. So what happened? So what this is explaining is that, well, I'll read it for itself. It says, this most likely reflects the often under-discussed active trade that moved slaves within the Americas, even after the slave trade had been banned by several European nations. The data also indicated that South America and Central America had the lowest proportion of African ancestry when compared to the United States and British Caribbean. This is despite the majority of enslaved people taken from Africa being shipped to South America. It likely reflects cultural and historical differences. It could be due to the higher mortality rates in those areas, but it also may be a result that some Latin and South American countries promoted dilution of African ethnicity through intermarriage of fair-skinned European men and women of African descent. So, again, I encourage you to read the entire article, but the takeaway here, the reason why I'm pointing this out is because of the cultural differences in these areas differed in the in the United States of America, where we had segregation and people mixed among their own group. So we stayed more so among each other than these other areas here where there was more mixing and things of that nature. All right, so I just wanted to show you that as a takeaway. All right, so again, without losing track of the conversation, this entire time I am still on sense number 2, the definition of African by way of sense number 2, where I am an African. All African Americans are considered African based on number 2. The genetic reality. All right. So hopefully we are all clear on that. So now I want to move over to sense number 1. Sense number 1, to put it back on the screen, is a native or inhabitant of Africa. This is the political sense of the term African. This is what we are not. I am not African based on sense number 1. Okay, and so what is sense number 1? A native or inhabitant of Africa. Let me get my arrow here. Now, this is the political reality. Now, in this sense, an African equals to a citizen or member of one of the 54 nations existing on the continent of Africa. And then just a few stats. The size of Africa is 11 million. I would almost say 12 million if we round up. 12 million square miles. The population of the continent is 1.3, if I round up, 1.3 billion people on the continent of Africa. And there's 54 countries with 2 to 5, depending on who you talk to, that are disputed in addition to the 54. Okay, so at minimum, we have 54 countries on the continent. So this is the political landscape of the continent. And it's by way of this definition here, or this sense of the definition, that I am not African and African Americans are not African. And this is why we can be both Africans in one sense and not Africans in the other sense. So again, we are simultaneously African and not African. But what are the implications with that? What are the consequences of that? So here we have 2 people. We got person 1 and we got person 2. So as I said before, race is a modern social construct. It is a proxy, a very subjective proxy judgment based on lookership, based on, how you feel that day, how, based on people self-identifying and so on and so forth. All right. So we have the different races. And so person 1 and person 2 are both identified as black. Okay. I'm just explaining what I have on the screen. Person 1, person 2, they both identified as black. Now we go to the level of continent. At the level of continent, person 1 is North American. Person 2 is African. Person 2 inhabits the continent of Africa. Person 1 inhabits the continent of North America as a continent. Now, nationality, which is where I had this arrow in the first place, in terms of nationality of person 1, they are an American. Nationality for the person number 2 is Nigerian. Then below that, we have ethnicity. So within the nationality of American, person number 1 is an African American. And within the nationality of being Nigerian, person number 2 is Yoruba. All right. Now, what I have here, the reason why I have this green arrow pointed at nationality is because it is at this level of identity where the party is, where you can actually effectuate, be effective for all things lawful, legal, policy, governance, rules, regulations, all the things that affect your life as a collective. This doesn't happen at the level of race. It doesn't happen at the level of continent. So in other words, by identifying as North American outside of geography, it serves no purpose. It has no utility. Likewise, identifying as African with the continent of Africa, it has no utility, no efficacy. It's not until you get to the level of nationality do those type of things start to take effect. So this is why I say efficacy starts here at the level of nationality. All right. And so we have to understand the difference of calling ourselves African in the genetic reality of ancestry, which is very true. we can rightfully call ourselves African. In fact, we African Americans in the diaspora are the ones who invented Africans, what it means to be African. We're the ones that invented that. Okay? And I'm going to show you why in a minute. But it is at this level, and this is something we have to understand, because in these conversations, and what motivates me to chime in on these conversations, is that we seem to blur the lines with these different levels here, which is, in my opinion, why it's so slow for us to make progress as a collective group of people. We are proud to be black, but at the level, and black is a social construct. It is one of the classes or categories of human groupings based on a social construct. White, black. They used to use all colors for all of them: red, yellow, white, black, etc. Now they done switched up that naming convention. Now it's white, black, oceanic, Pacific Islander. They start naming places. It's very confusing now, more so than it was before when they stuck with colors. But the point here is that we're proud to be black. We're very proud to be black. And that's cool. But we have to understand there is no power in being black. So when we say black power, that is purely a what do you call it? Novelty. It makes us feel good, and it's a motivator, yes, but there's no efficacy in that. Okay, that's number one. Two, we boldly proclaim our ancestry by saying we're African. We're African, and that is very true. We are African in the sense of recent ancestry. We are African in the sense of the number two that I spent all this time on so far. Now, mind you, I'm on the political reality side now, but we proudly proclaim this one, number two, over here on the right hand side. We hold our fist up high, say, yo, I'm African. I even see screen names. People say, so-and-so the African, so-and-so the African, or whatever the case is. We do that. And we say things like, black power, black African power at that. And what we better realize is that there is no power in being black. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be black, but we have to realize that by being black and proclaiming being black, there's no power at that level. So now it brings down to nationality. Being an American or being a member of any nation is where the power starts to reveal itself, starts to take place and take shape. So although we're black and proud, we don't go around saying that we're American and proud. That's not the norm. Of course, you may have some people out there to do that, but that's not the norm. You find way more people proud to be black than people are proud to be American. Now, of course, we can list reasons. America has treated African Americans dirty and wrong to this very day. Us being here in this country, we have had it pretty bad. So it goes against our, you know, it's just counter our stance and thoughts to actually say out of our mouths that we're proud to be American. It's hard. And that's true. That's true. But the consequence of that is that it is at the level of nationality where power and that interfacing of power, the execution of any power, actually starts to take place. That's all. We just got to realize that. So yeah, we can not feel good about saying that we're American or whatever. Because I even know people online that refuse to admit that they're American. The moment I tell them to take a picture of their passport, if they have one, all of a sudden it's crickets. Like, well, when you leave this country, your passport, your nationality it actually literally says in your nationality section of your passport, it says United States of America. But we just shorten it to American. And then you have ethnicity. So person one ethnically would be African American, and then person two would be Yoruba. Okay, so the takeaway here that I'm pointing out is that under the sense of number one, a native or inhabitant of Africa, which is the political reality, we are not that. And so identifying as African excludes that. We just have to have that understanding. It excludes that. Now, to show the effectiveness or the difference, I have this here, the African Union. I'm sure everyone has heard of the African Union. If you haven't, look it up and do the knowledge on that. The African Union is made up of 55 member states, which represent all the countries on the African continent. The AU member states are divided into 5 geographic regions, which were defined by the OAU in 1976. Okay, so let's pause right there for a second. So we have this entity called the African Union. And by the way, I'm going to have a separate conversation on the topic of Africa not being a country. As widely known as that should be, or as simple as that may sound, believe me, there are people that talk about Africa, many people that talk about Africa as if it's a country. So I'm going to have a separate conversation to unpack that. All right. Which I'll be repeating some of this information. But Africa is not a country. It is a continent. And so the African Union is what we would envision as like a United States of Africa, so to speak. And so the African Union is an organization that has a membership. And all of the countries on the continent of Africa are part of the African Union. And this organization makes policies, they have a constitution and so on and so forth, or, policies and things like that. And so it is composed or made up of 55 member states. Now, their 55 member states are divided into 5 regions. But altogether, they have 6 regions. And the newly formed or recognized 6th region is called by them African diaspora. Okay. But that newly recognized 6th region is not a member of the AU. Why? Because it's not one of the 55 member states that make up the AU. The 6th region is basically an honorary recognition of the African diaspora for the purpose of soliciting help to help the union, which means to help the 55 member states on the continent. Now, I bring this up is because I've been in conversations where I've seen people mischaracterize the African Union as if African Americans are included in the African Union. And they invoke the sixth region to try to support their point. And so I had to point this out to them and correct them that no, African Americans are not included in the African Union. We're not members of the African Union. We're not one of the 55 member states of the African Union. Case in point is relatively recently, Haiti tried to become a member of the African Union in some form or fashion, and it was denied. And the reason why it was denied is because the African Union's constitution made it clear that you have to be a member state on the continent of Africa. And so they weren't included. And neither are African Americans here in the United States of America. We're not included. Now, we are included as being recognized as the African diaspora, but for the purposes of the reversal of what's called the brain drain of several countries on the continent of Africa. And what that means is that people that are highly skilled to work and seek, thereby, taking the skills away from it. And so the African Union, in recognizing those Africans who left and Africans in the diaspora period, they're able to bring that help back to the continent. So we have to understand what the African Union is doing. They're reaching out to the Africans who left, or just in general, the Africans in the diaspora. Okay, so it's open for soliciting help, and this is what they explicitly say. All right, so I just want to make sure that everyone understands that. That's the takeaway there. And so any policy and anything that the African Union comes up with, we're outside of the jurisdiction. We're outside of the scope. It's dealing with the 55 member states. All right. So now to move to here, the difference between being African and not African. So on one hand, like I said, on one hand, we can say that we're African. I can say I am African, but I am only African in the sense of ethnicity. Okay, today we use the label African American, but within that label, we're saying that we are African because we have recent African ancestry. So this is the genetic reality. In that sense, I am African. And we invented that. Remember what I said? Victims of the kidnapping on the continent were brought to the Americas, specifically to the United States of America or its colonies. And then what emerged from that was like an amalgamation of an identity of sameness due to the circumstances. So people who were once distinct now came together on the basis of having a common enemy and under the same horrific events. And we forged an identity out of that. We invented that. Then, on the other hand, I'm not African in the sense of nationality, citizenship, or in the political reality. We're not. We're not African. I'm not African, and African Americans are not African. Until you become a member of a nation on the continent, you're not African in the political sense. Whether it's dual citizenship or you relinquish your American nationality and gain a new one. Until that happens, you are not African in the political sense. Okay? So, let's see here. Let me catch shared something. Oh, okay. I want to address something else as well, but let me pull this up here. All right. I'm getting a warning about my stream. I hope you all can still hear me. I don't know what's going on with my internet. Internet, not internet, but internet. Okay, so let me address, hopefully y'all can still hear me. I want to address something here. This notion of African. So remember what I said. We invented this. We invented the African. Now that may be hard to believe because you're like, okay, well, wait a minute. What you mean we invented the African? The continent's been there since, Pangea. You know what I'm saying? The continents drifted apart, tectonic plates and this, that, and the third. Okay, do you mean the name Africa? Okay, Africa comes from Afri or Afrique. The Romans named that part of it, all that kind of stuff. Whatever the case is. You may be thinking about that. But no, what I'm referring to is having a consciousness of the African, the conceptualization of the African. So what I want to share with you all is a article, and I'll just share the article. Let me just let the article speak for itself. This is something the brother Asari Motep has shared as well. And so I'm just going to reiterate this, and it's definitely too small. Let me blow this up. Make it so you all can see it. Okay. So this is an article called Being African Without Knowing It. You're like, wait a minute, how can you be African and without knowing it? Either you African or you're not. And see, and we treat it lightly, we just like, okay, whatever. But no, this is a serious issue. And let me see, close and accept. Okay. Now, this was originally written by I don't see his name here. I actually don't see his name. Probably at the end. But let me read it. We're going to jump right into it. It says, matter of fact, let me find his name because I'm not doing this person justice. His name is Obododima Oha. And I probably butchered his name. Obodima Oha. All right. I don't see it on his page just yet. But I'm just going to read it. It says, Being African Without Knowing. This is posted by Walter's World. Now, Walter's World is obviously, some kind of blogging type of thing. But it says, my maternal grandmother, who died some years ago at the very ripe age of 120, or so we imagine, for none of her offspring could tell when she was born, did not know she was African. Okay, to repeat, my maternal grandmother, who died some years ago at the ripe old age of 120, did not know she was African. See, that sounds weird, right? I had cause to ask her one day whether she knew she lived on a large continent called Africa and had an African identity. She looked at me with great amazement and then answered, and I'm going to skip the language because I don't want to butcher it and offend anybody. I'm going to read the translation. She answered, I am from Uri. Our people are Igbo. So remember, he asked her whether she knew that she lived on a large continent called Africa and had an African identity. And her answer was, I am from Uri. Our people are Igbo. He goes on to say, Grandma lived and died Onye Uri. which is a Ori citizen, and Onye Igbo, an Igbo person. There was no argument and no evidence I presented that could convince her that she was otherwise. She believed that no one had a right to put her where she did not belong or desire to belong. Her own time, imagination, and science educated her that the next clan was another nation. And that's important to understand. That the next clan was another nation. Even if that other clan spoke clear Igbo, had similar gods, or celebrated similar festivals as those of the Uri nation. Being Uri and being African at the same time was, for her, one of those confusions introduced by those who attended the white man's schools, worshipped the white man's gods, spoke the white man's language, and bore the white man's names. So, just pause here for a second. Grandma wasn't having it. Grandma was not having it. She saw herself as being Uri, and that Uri is a nation. And any clan next to that is a separate nation. And the only people that confuse that are people who are influenced by what? White man's schools, white man's gods, white man's languages, and people who bore white man's names. Let's keep going. Grandma had a right to refuse Africanness and to insist on her Uri-ness. That's important. Not that she detested being African or that she did not have a dark skin. Now, see in this sentence, African is being equated with having dark skin. Her own cultural education installed on her mind a strong conviction that a group of people cannot be named or even renamed by another. She believed that a name given to a group of people by another group is merely used in teasing or insulting them. Her own theory says that there is a difference between what a group calls itself and what others prefer to call that group. If my grandma would not accept being African, how could she possibly accept being Nigerian? That's a good question, right? She did not need a Chukwue Mika Adumigwu Ajikwu to tell her on a radio Biafra that she was a Nigerian citizen. I probably butchered that, so pardon me, y'all. To tell her on radio Biafra that she was not a Nigerian citizen, or that Gowon was forcing people to abandon their true national identities to become Nigerian. Grandma told me with great excitement in her eyes how her husband's father, a man with an admirable sense of freedom, had not only refused to pay tax to the white man in colonial times, but also frightened away the white man's kotuma, which is court messenger, who came to arrest tax defaulters by raising an alarm that Kotuma had come to steal the crops he planted in his farm. Kotuma, embarrassed and afraid of losing his job, gave up the assignment of arresting tax defaulters and concentrated on placating his accuser and persuading him to drop the charges. What's the difference between paying taxes to a foreign colonial government and this government harvesting where it did not sow? And then it goes on into that. But the point that I wanted to show and what I've read already is this idea of being African without knowing it. So in other words, this person's grandma had no consciousness of being African. And so when I say that, and I've been saying this for a while, the brother Saramotep has been saying it for a long while, and others have been saying it, it kind of goes over a lot of people's heads, and it seems weird. And I would have to admit, it's like one of those things that make you cringe. Like what? Like huh? Like what? But as you've read, there are people now in modern times with our the younger generations. This sentiment is fading and fading and fading and fading. But we have to understand that as we trek backwards in time, the people on the continent did not have a consciousness of a continental identity. That we invented that. Okay, so to come back to what I was saying here is that we are the ones that invented this African identity. And we did it out of necessity or as a circumstance or result of the circumstances that we were forced to be put in, called the transatlantic slave holocaust. So we identify, because we lost the detail of identity, we are doing it as a result of an identity crisis. So we identify as a singularity in the continent, but it's only through our ancestry. But there's no power in that political on the world stage, et cetera, because we are not, in the political reality, Africans. So what we have to do, and I don't want to be too long on this point, what we have to realize is that we are simultaneously African, but, well, I speak for myself, I am African, but I am not a citizen or national of any African country. And because of this reality and these two facts, on one hand, I am African, and on the other hand, I'm not. And what I would never do, and what I say that we should never do collectively, is to mix the two and blend the two, or think that by us calling ourselves African, that somehow there's power there, there's political implications there, and it's not. Us identifying as African is simply to acknowledge our recent ancestry. That's it. Now, in another conversation, what I would like to discuss and talk about is, one, I want to have a separate conversation on the fact that Africa is not a country. It is a continent. And that's important for us to understand as well, because we need to stop talking about Africa as if it is a country. I feel that that's detrimental, and it's weakening our vision and our goals, the execution of our goals, the aspirations. All right, we need to stop talking about it as if it's a country in the present day. It's not. The entire Pan-African movement, the aspirations of the African Union, and so on and so forth, those are aspirations and goals that we should try to reach, but it's not the reality that we're facing and living in right now, or have lived in. So if we start to talk about it as it meaning Africa as if it's a country or a singularity, then we're going to lose the zeal of fighting to get there, because we're going to assume subconsciously we're going to think that we already have arrived, and that could be so far from the truth. There's a whole lot of work to do in that regards. Another topic that I want to talk about is this here: defining the we. Culture as the basis for identity, a population becoming a people. And this is directly pointing to every single time that we say we. When I say we need to do this, or we this, or we that, quote unquote we, have never defined the we in the first place. And so I want to have that conversation. Because if we do not define the we, we're never going to be successful. And notice how I even said that. If we don't define the we will not be successful. Because what will happen is we, as an ill-defined reality, are going to attempt to do something, but yet to do something, there's no definition of who's doing the something. All right, so I hope y'all understand and get that. So I want to have that conversation. Defining the we. Culture as the basis for identity. A population becoming a people. Because we exist as a population right now. And the earlier conversation that Osar Imhotep had was to emphasize the fact that as African Americans, we do not have our own culture yet. We have Africanisms. We have a nice laundry list of Africanisms, but they have not elevated to the level of us declaring that we have our own culture based on what a culture is and what it's supposed to do for us. We have not arrived there yet. And until we acknowledge that, it means that we're not going to fight and strive towards that. We're going to think we've already arrived there. And that's the biggest mistake that we can make, by thinking that you reached the goal when you really haven't, because it opens us up to vulnerabilities. And that's the state that we've been in all this time. All right. So with that, I'm just quickly summarize. So again, the title of this discussion is African, simultaneously being African and not African. So all I simply mean, like I said, in the first 5 minutes, I had already made my point. Everything else after that was simply me just elaborating on the more details of why this is indeed a fact and true. We are simultaneously African and not African. We are African in the sense of the genetic reality, but we're not African in the sense of the political reality. And the importance of even saying this and going over this is to prevent us from mixing the two in any conversations or any undertakings that we, strive to accomplish, any goals that we attempt to accomplish. All right. It's very, very, very important. And on the topic, for instance, I'm going to give you a for instance, and I'm not going to go into it, but here's an example of how this very important point actually takes effect. In the discussions of reparations for African Americans, these points that I'm raising tonight on this topic come to the fore. It comes right and smacks you straight in the face. If more people understood the points that I'm making tonight, then a lot of the arguments that we have witnessed during the conversations of reparations, no matter who was having it, it would be to a minimum. We would not see the back and forth arguments and the drama and all of the nonsense that we have seen in the media, social media, and et cetera, the YouTube streets. We wouldn't have seen it if more people understood the difference between claiming to be African in the ancestral sense or descendancy versus the political sense. And how does that apply to a fight for reparations? It's just that simple. We could eliminate a lot of that. And because we didn't, we're the laughing stock on the world stage. We are a joke. And we're not going to get anywhere. All right, reparations is still floating out there as a conversation. But what has happened? More signatories on the bill? Yes. Great. But now what? Then what? We could have been there. All right. But that's a whole nother topic. Like I said, I'm not entertaining that topic right now. But and I've already dealt with that 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and stuff like that. Don't mind having that conversation again. But I'm bringing that up as an example, for instance, of why this information that I'm talking about tonight is important. This is basic understanding. Very basic understanding. All right. Okay. So, on that note, I'm going to open up my chat window and see what you all are talking about. I don't even know if anybody's been watching. I'm up here. I could be talking to myself. I could be entertaining myself. Wujao is watching Wujao. How many people watching? One. Who is it? Wujao. Oh, boy. All right. I do see that. Got my co-host here, Emikadaku Kinshai. And by the way, I'm just going to look at the chat, man. I like I said, I told you all, I don't pay attention to the chat while I'm actually sharing. So, if you were making comments that you feel that I should address or deal with, please repeat them. All right. So I'm definitely checking this out now. And I see Emicat had posted the panel link. So we're going to open this up. I'm going to pin it to the top. So we're going to spend a little bit of time. I don't want to spend too late. This, Sunday, now Monday morning now. We're at 1 a.m. on the East Coast. So I want to spend a little time. I think it's fair to open it up. I want to see what you all thought about what I was saying. And, I don't expect everybody to one, get it, two, agree. But one thing for sure, though, I know that if we have a conversation, if you do disagree, if we have a conversation, it's a very good chance that we really don't disagree. If we discuss it. And I know you won't be able to refute what I'm saying. That I do know. So, peace to everyone. I really appreciate you all are tuned in. So I'm looking at the chat. I will give a shout out roll call. I didn't realize that this many people were up with me this late. We got 40 people watching. So man, shout out to everybody. Everything is everything. Metro Customer, Lil King, Ramza, Sharp Spear. So, like I said, if you all have anything that you all want to bring to my attention, etc., retype it. I'm going to actually, I'm looking at the chat. I'm put the chat on the screen here. So I see, boom, I'm not going to scroll back. I only scroll but so far. It says part 1. What did white people in each colony call themselves before becoming Americans by nationality? That's a good question. They definitely didn't call themselves white. People at first. All right. There's a very good video to watch on the creation of white people. Okay, so boom. No white people existed prior to 87. There's a video. I'm going to find a link and I'm going to post it in the chat. There's a good video to watch where and it's on YouTube. There's a lecture given on the creation of white people. And when I say that, I've said this before. When I say that, it sounds weird, right? Because we know that the people that we call white people existed before 1687 or whatever that year is. So it sounds weird to say white people weren't invented until then. And this is where we got to get beyond. People got to really put on their thinking cap and start thinking critically. Just like, for example, the continent of Africa has been there long before the conceptualization of continents even came into the minds of people. The Greeks are the ones that started that continental concept, the concept of continents. And even when, as I say that, you be like, wait a minute, are you saying that the Greeks created continents? Like the Greeks created Africa, like the continent? You know, they went in the ocean and just started creating a landmass. And no, it's nothing like that. We have to understand conceptualizations and what comes into the consciousness of a people. You know, and so it's the Greeks that really started the continent concept. For example, ancient Egyptians did not have a concept of continent. They didn't have that. And it's the same thing with race. Ancient people of antiquity did not have the concept of race like how we have today. There was no consciousness of our modern notion of race in the minds of people of antiquity. But then people say to me, well, Joe, people did have skin color back then. They did have eyes, didn't they? They could see, didn't they? I'm like, of course they could see. Of course they had, skin color and stuff like that. But the concept, and this is something people just gonna have to really, really put their boots on and gain knowledge on. But anyway, I'm gonna find that. So boom, just to answer you, I'm gonna find the link for you, and I'm gonna post it. And if I don't know any better, Sonette Emicat is probably gonna hit you with the link or whatnot, or share. All right, so let me keep on going down. But what I will say is that, as a matter of fact, let me do this while we're looking for the link. I want to show you all something. I want you all to do this on your own time. I want you to look up in Wikipedia. Look up in Wikipedia hyphenated American. All right, let me show this on my screen. I want you all to look up hyphenated American. I gotta take this chat off for a second. Okay, this is in Wikipedia, and I want you to all to read this. It's very interesting, and I'm just gonna read a little bit. Maybe just highlight a few things. It says, in the United States, the term hyphenated American refers to the use of a hyphen in some styles of writing between. Oops, I did not mean to hit that. Okay. Between the name of an ethnicity and the word American. So you see what that is? The first word in the hyphenated compound, the first word before the hyphen is the ethnicity. The second one is the nationality. So you see, a hyphenated name or label is the combination of ethnicity and nationality. Okay? Ethnicity and nationality combined. It says, in compound nouns, for example, as in Irish American. So Irish is the ethnicity, American is the nationality. It was an epithet used from 1890 to 1920 to disparage Americans who were of foreign birth or origin and who displayed an allegiance to a foreign country through the use of hyphen. It was most commonly directed at German Americans or Irish American Catholics who called for U.S. neutrality in World War I. It says, in this context, the term the hyphen was a metonymical reference to this kind of ethnicity descriptor, and dropping the hyphen referred to what? Full integration into American identity. So I wanted to read that and point that out to you Boom, is because when we as African Americans, that's what we call ourselves now, which is a hyphenated word, which means African is our ethnicity and American is our nationality. So that's why I went through everything I went through, because we identify as African on the level of ethnic group, and together we say African American. So we're combining our nationality and our newly formed ethnic group, which is African. Remember, on the continent, they did not call themselves Africans. They referred to themselves by their ethnic group, which was at a higher level. And I can go into that if y'all need me to. But the point here is that we did not want to fully integrate into an American identity or lose our ancestral identity. So, and then that's on one hand. And on second hand, we weren't, even if we wanted to, we weren't allowed to. We got to remember that. We were not considered citizens of the country. So we weren't allowed to. We didn't have that nationality. We could not call ourselves hyphen American anything. We couldn't. All right. So just keep that in mind. And then if we could, we still to this day don't want to. You got people online who will swear up and down that they're not American, or they don't identify as American. They spell America with AMERIKKA, KKKA, America, America, KKK. You know, that makes them feel good, and that's, you know, I'm all for, you know, whatever motivates people to feel good, but in reality, it means nothing. Because if I tell them to pull out a driver's license, they're going to have a driver's license in one of the 50 states of the United States of America. If I tell somebody to pull out their passport, it's going to say their nationality is United States of America. So they can KKK the word America all they want to. They're invoking. When they listen, you all, listen here, listen closely. Whenever you enter the courtroom, and I'm not even talking about as a defendant, because people, you say courtroom, people go to the negative route and be like, oh man, you must be accused of something terrible or something. No. If you wanted to sue a company, if you wanted to file a lawsuit against somebody or against a company or whatever the case is, do you understand why you even have access to the court system? Like why you can even file a lawsuit against somebody? Or why the court even has jurisdiction to hear your complaint? It is because you're actually invoking your citizenship. That's a right of an American citizen to have access to the legal court system. To sue or be sued, to conduct business, to do this, to transact, to have a bank account, to do X, Y, and Z. To get an ITIN number or social security number, to even open up a bank account, to get an EIN number for a business. All these kinds of things are based around the fact that you are an American citizen. Or you've gone through some other red tape based on American policies and laws. So anyway, I don't want to dwell too much on that. Y'all gonna have me just dealing with one question. Let me go through this some more. All right, I think part 2, Boone says, what did black people in each colony call themselves before they were called American by nationality? Yeah, so I've already covered that. So black people, now we now listen, there's a whole history behind black as well. Because in antiquity, people didn't refer to themselves as black. There was no consciousness and need to do so. We were created just like white was created, and I think MK must have put the link in the chat. for you all to see? And if you can you send me that link so I can share it, show it on screen? But just like white people were invented, black people were also invented. And you have to understand that the modern social construct itself was invented, and it was invented and leveraged, and is only advantageous to people on the top level of that hierarchy, which are white people. And so remember, the word black is the translation of the word negro, negro, negra. And, the pejorative N word is also related to that. And so the concept behind that was everything negative. Now, I know that generations behind me, younger than me, they don't have that immediate sense of the negative. Even in my generation, we don't we kind of lost that concept of black being derogatory and negative. We've embraced the term and flipped it, and we use it as a term of endearment for ourselves, and we're proud of it. But it's my stance and my position that by doing so, I'm not refuting that we do it or don't do it, because we definitely do it, but by doing so, it's detrimental, because we are acknowledging the fact that we have been grouped and classed as a certain level of social strata at the very bottom. And that bottom strata or level has the label of black. Because, and it just so happens that BLACK is a color. It's a word for a color black. But we're not black in color. Our skin is not black. We're different shades of browns and different hues and stuff like that. So it's not literal. And if it's not literal, and it's not, then what is it really? It's really a category of people with the label of black. But how does that category of people function? It functions as the bottom of a social strata or class system, where white being the top. But anyway, I say all of that to say that what black people were calling ourselves, we were calling ourselves African. And also, is not to say that we weren't calling ourselves black and stuff either, because, colored and all that, we were being called that. And because we were being called that, I'm sure that there were many of our ancestors that referred to themselves in those same terms at one point or another. We would be naive to think that none of our ancestors called themselves black, or called themselves colored, or called themselves Negro, et cetera, et cetera. All right. So, but we definitely identified as being African. Okay, so let me keep going down the line. All right, I don't want to take up too much time, y'all.
I put the link in the back chat.
He has the name of the person that's responsible for the link. You all check it out. Jacqueline Balatora. She is the lecturer that I was speaking of. And the video is called Birth of a White Nation. Definitely check it out on your own time. Definitely check that out. All right. I'm just going down the list, you all. Black people is a misrepresentation of African people. Okay. Metro Customer says races were created by the racists. Another one. The concept of dominating people based on color was not thought of. Let's keep on going. Let's see. Sharp Spear. Marxism and socialism has corrupted African American culture. Okay, maybe we could talk about that another time. Another comment. Racism is political. If you have been assigned black by race soldiers, you are sub-Saharan African black equals African. If I understand what you're saying, I think I agree with that. And that's something that I mentioned earlier, is that black as a social construct of race, as a category of race, is equated to being African, because what they've done, they stuck in the definition of being African on the genetic reality side as having ancestry in sub-Saharan Africa. So remember, sub-Saharan Africa is equal to black Africa. Super-Saharan Africa is equal to white Africa. They literally say that in scholarly works. They will call North Africa Caucasian Africa. They call sub-Saharan Africa Africa proper. And then they call the east, the northeast of Africa, they call it the Valley Africa. This is what they've done. And so what's now being called sub-Saharan Africa is just shortened to Africa proper. And so if you have ancestry within sub-Saharan Africa, then you're considered an African on the genetic ancestry side of things. But none of this applies to the political side. None of it. All right. Nothing that goes on in Africa has jurisdiction over here in America. And you definitely have to understand jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is the scope of effectiveness of laws, policies, and governance and everything like that. Nothing that takes place in Africa has any say-so here in the United States, on the United States citizens. Likewise with China and any other country. China can make all the laws it wants to. It will not and cannot be enforced here in the United States. And no country on the continent of Africa can do anything, or whatever the case is. So keep that in mind. Let's see, next one. I'm trying to keep going down this. I'm trying to look for any questions or anything. And Emicat said, folks who write America and Africa, I just leave them alone, because you engage, you're stuck. Only Africa I know is with a K in English is Boer with his Afrikaans. Exactly. That's South Africans. Exactly. So you keep on going down. Sharp Spear. He said, no, Negro don't mean black. Yes, it does. So Sharp Spear, maybe you can elaborate on that. Negro, it is definitely a translated to black. In all the romance language dictionaries that I'm aware of. So maybe you can enlighten me, brother. Definitely enlighten me on the term Negro meaning something else. Or at least, explain what you mean by that. I'm open to it. And even Metro Customer says Negro. Oh, he said Negro does mean black. It doesn't mean dead. Who said it mean dead? Maybe somebody else said that in the chat. But it does mean black. But now, I had another live stream where I explained that. I explained the origin of black and white and how they come from the same thing. And just I'm gonna tell you all this. Black and white are two extremes of the same phenomenon of combustion. That's it. Just think about it. Just imagine in your mind you lighting a fire, or you lighting something on fire. That means you're ignition. You're triggering the flame, and you're burning something. When it first starts, it's white, it's bright, it flashes, it's illuminated. That's the white part of the process. As it burns, it glows. It glows and it eats up the material. We say it's burning or combusting, right? At the end of the process is the remaining material turns black and dark, which is a sign that the process is finished or complete. And so this is where you get black is being associated with death or completion, because it is the end of a process. But the white or the flash or glowing part, the ignition and flash, the initial bright white flash and the glow and the darkness is all part of the same process. Combustion, a burning. That's why the word Ethiop or Ethiops, ether, and all those things are all related. Burnt surface. The original meaning of the word ether or Ethiops was burning. We say burnt surface as if we're only talking about the end of the process, but no, it meant to glow. It meant to shine. The Shining Ones. I have a book on my shelf called The Shining Ones, talking about deities, Greek gods. Being Zeus was called the Ethiopian. And people would take that like, oh man, Zeus was a black man. Even Zeus was black. King James is black. Buddha is black. Santa Claus is black. Jesus is black. Zeus is black. See, the Greeks, they knew what time it is. Zeus is black. No. It's talking about the Ethiopians in terms of the Shining Ones. Anyway, that's a whole nother conversation. What else we got going on? It says black socialist Marxists has been selling out people and corrupting the culture and destiny. All right, we could talk about that. Metro, show etymology of Negro. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. Because I actually had it. I had it kind of handy. Let's see. Do I still have it handy? Let's find out. I had some etymology of the word. Here we go. So this is from a previous thing, so ignore my note at the bottom of this, but I want to show y'all what this says, because it says show the etymology of it. So here we go. This is what it says. Can y'all see it? Oh, y'all can't see it big. It says Negro, a noun, from the 1550s. Quote, a member of the black-skinned race of Africa. From Spanish or Portuguese, negro, black. From Latin, nigrum, a nominative of niger, black, dark, sable, dusky, applied to the night sky, a storm, the complexion. Figuratively now, gloomy, unlucky, bad, wicked. According to the Divan, a word of unknown etymology. According to Watkins, perhaps from Proto-Indo-European, nekut, night. The Latin word also was applied to the black peoples of Africa, but the usual terms were Ethiops and Afer. That's everything I just said to y'all. So there you have it, Sharp Spear. Like I said, maybe you can enlighten us on something different. But that definitely said it means black. Okay, so let's keep going. I'm getting to the bottom, y'all. I'm just trying to get to the bottom. Everything is everything. He says, we can also talk about how democracy has failed African people. Yep. See, Shop Spear, y'all definitely. He says, Metro, right. You don't know etymology of Negro. Just assign it to white. Okay. Yeah, y'all having your own conversation. I do, but I'm tired of the games. Peace to you, fam. You seem out of touch with reality. Y'all play nice now. All right, let's see. No questions. And Shakespeare is. Oh yeah, see, I still have it on screen, so I know I'm late to the conversation. But Niger or Niger is of European origin. It is definitely Latin. But the ultimate origin, they say, is unknown etymology. That's according to Watkins, so you can look more into that. And I'm at the bottom. So hopefully everybody, understood, this simple thing. I longed it out. I didn't need to. I was really done in the first 5 minutes of me even going live. So if you don't want to watch this whole thing over again or whatever, just watch the first 5 minutes and you'll see exactly what I'm saying. It was a wrap then. I just further elaborated on the difference between being African in a genetic reality versus being African in a political reality. So for the record, when you hear me ever say that you're not African or I'm not African, just understand that I'm talking about in the political reality, which is the arena of action. That's the reason why I say those things. But we are African and I'm African in the genetic reality of having recent African ancestry. But guess what? That does nothing for us politically. It's the combination of our newly formed ethnicity or our ethnic group in the making as African Americans, that it's the American part of that hyphenation that triggers where the power is. And so until we understand that, we're not going to get anywhere. Because think about it. We live in the United States of America. We are citizens of the United States of America. Specifically, you are a citizen of the state in which you are domiciled in. I live in the state of Georgia. The Georgia laws, I'm under the jurisdiction of Georgia laws. I have a Georgia's driver's license. I domicile, I conduct business, I do things in the state of Georgia. The state of New York laws do not apply to me. The state of Florida laws do not apply to me because I am outside of the jurisdiction of Florida and I'm outside of the jurisdiction of New York. But I am at all times within the jurisdiction of the United States of America. So what affects me in my life and my doings are Georgia laws and the federal laws. And that goes for every last one of us who are citizens of the United States of America. And what happens is, if we do not engage anything on those levels, we are effectively bystanders and allowing other people to make laws and policies that affect our lives without our say so. And so this whole notion of denying our American aspect of our nationality is in essence us being non-participants in the things that actually govern and affect our lives, whether it's directly or indirectly. We're in other words, we're allowing other people to make laws and to change laws, amend laws, repeal laws, all on their own without our say so. And yet all the activity that they're doing, that we're watching people do, it affects us. So since it affects us, we better get involved. That's the attitude we should have. And identifying as African, in my opinion, is prolonging the lack of participation in those areas. Because what happens is by declaring that I'm African, I don't do this, but I'm saying I'm using myself as an example. By me declaring myself as being African, my eyes and energy and focus is over on a different continent that I subconsciously see as a country and not 54 countries that I'm not a member of. And what that does is it instead of me focusing on the issues here that does affect my life, I'm looking way beyond the ocean somewhere and I'm not getting involved. I'm being distracted. And if there's a governmental policy on a state level or federal level that's passed without my engagement, me personally or my people, then I am literally sitting on the sidelines just allowing other people to run my life. Because I'm here. Now, if I had plans to pack up and move and stuff, then okay, fine. You know, I don't need to participate because I'm out. I'm leaving. But the reality is we're not leaving. I've had these conversations for the past 15, 20 years. And I be having the conversations with the same people. They be fussing about America this, America. They spell America with KKK and this, that, and the third. Complain about this, that, and the third, whatever the case is. And they still here. I still see these same people. Like, you're not going anywhere. So but since you're not going anywhere, you got children here and stuff like that. They're being groomed and raised within this environment. Why aren't we doing something about it? Why aren't we participating in at the level of politics that affects us? And that's what I mean. And that's why I bring up the fact that we're not African. We're not African when it comes to the political sense, but we are African in the ancestral sense. But the ancestral sense does not translate over to power. You're not going to invoke your African ancestry in the passage, amending, and repealing of any laws that affect your life. It doesn't work that way. You can not like it and pout and moan and groan and pout and stuff like that and cry about it. But we better be about it and do something about it. And that's a whole conversation I would love to have, because that goes along with the conversation I want to have about defining the we, and the earlier conversation that Asar had about the realization that we don't have our own culture yet. And we got to stop pulling the cart before the horse. We need to crystallize and manifest and anchor down our culture, because culture is the basis of transforming a population into a people. Right now, we are operating as a population. We are 46 million people deep in this country. Roughly, give or take. 45 million. And that's really black. But as African Americans, which is a subset of blacks, because you got black immigrants here that are not African Americans. So out of the 46 black people in America, is a subset of around 38 million that are African American. I'm an African American. And so as an African American, we need to anchor our culture. We exist as a population. And then when you read the description of us African Americans, they say that we are the largest minority population in the United States and this, that, and the other. They define us as an ethnic group, but we don't embrace it and anchor it though. And so that's the basis of the argument that we don't have our own culture yet. Not yet. Because of what culture is and how it's defined. Now, obviously we can, not our own, we have culture and we have Africanisms, but we don't have our own culture. We're too busy reaching back over somewhere on a continent. We want to be everything but who we are.
Yeah, see that that's one of the interesting things that I think people start to get to understand is the fact that there's pretty much different definitions when it comes to when people talk about what is African, because obviously I know that the environment in the US has African. When you say African, that's an ethnic group, and people use that as an ethnic group. Then when that is superimposed on the continent, then what people really, when like the conversation that we're having today, like who would you consider African and whatnot. So what you notice is that that particular thought frame is what is imposed on on the continent, where it's like obviously when people say African, most of the time they're not meaning African as it stands, but Africa as we know as black, the features like dark skin, thick nose, big nose, thick lips, all that kind of stuff, like nappy hair. So, and this is one of those things that mixes up the conversation, where you realize that when it comes to this type of conversation, it needs to be broken down to smaller chunks where people really do need to, stop in their tracks and figure out what am I saying when I mean this, and why am I saying this when why am I saying this in that particular sense? Because at some point you just get used to using a term and it being just standardized in that form where you never really stop to think about it, and then that's what ends up muddying the conversation where or where things never really move forward, in that sense, because you realize that at the end of the day, what we always talk about, Europeans having that division of super-Sahara and sub-Sahara. That's literally what most people actually are doing without even knowing that that's what they're doing. When they talk about African, because when they talk about African, what really people want to say is sub-Saharan African. So you probably might have to change uh, names to sub-Saharan African American in that sense, because really they're not really talking about other parts of Africa. So at the end of the day, you realize that those ideas are pretty much in line with the other ideas of Europeans from back in the day, where it's like Africa is actually two Africas, the top and the bottom. So when people say Africa, you have to really stop in your tracks and figure out, but well, what do you mean when you say Africa in that sense?
Yes, definitely. So I'm at the end of the conversation. I'm looking for things to highlight, and I see L.A. Oklahoma said 15%. He was talking about African Americans in terms of the population, the U.S. population. The United States has 350, give or take, million people, and black people make up 46 million. And of the black population, African Americans are roughly 38 million. 42, I think 38 to 42. It just differs, and see, even people have a problem with that. And so, although Pan Africanism and the movements and things involving that ideal and aspiration, what we should not do is to pull the cart before the horse. And there should be a sense, even though people don't use this term, there should be a sense of Pan African Americanism, which is the unification and to put African Americans on code first. If we as African Americans are going to get involved in any level of larger grouping than our level, because here's the thing, it's the same old thing that our grandmothers and grandfathers have always told us. If you don't help yourself, how are you going to help others? Like, in other words, if you are messed up or sick or whatever the case is, how are you going to help somebody else? And so we better get ourselves together before we think about helping other people. And that's the problem that we're having. We're reaching and overextending ourselves, helping others before getting our stuff together, for getting our snippets together. And the problem and what's crazy is that we see all of us as one, which is why we've comfortable with helping others, but we don't call them others. And so we are neglecting our own build up and structure and getting ourselves together. We neglect all of that because we're spread so thin, because we don't have an identity, a cultural basis of our identity. It's not solidified. It's not anchored. We want to be African. And like I said, ancestrally, on the genetic side, we are. But we're invoking that in the wrong way. It's like using the wrong tool. It's like you had a tool chest of some very powerful and important tools, but you're using the wrong tool for the job. You're trying to use a screw gun to perform open heart surgery on somebody. That's what we're doing. We're invoking the I am African, or I'm black. I'm a black man and we're all black. We're pumping our fists in the air, invoking all of that, which is the wrong tool to achieve the things we complain about. That's not where it's at. On its own and in and of itself, hey, it's beautiful. You know, being proud, because really, you all do know that the entire movement of say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, or just being black and I'm proud, it really is a movement of just being proud of being who you are. That's the moral of the story. It's not being proud of being black per se. It's just being proud of who you are. Stop trying to be something you're not. And guess what that involves? Stop trying to be a Hebrew Israelite. Stop trying to be a Moor from Mauritania or Morocco. Stop trying to be ancient Egyptian. Stop trying to be any of that. That's the moral, that's the core essential message in that. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. At that time, we were identifying as black. But the point of it is be who you are unapologetically. Stop trying to be something else that you're not. And that includes things on the continent of Africa, things in Europe, things in India, things in Asia, period. I said India because India is a country. You see what I did? Asia, Europe, Africa, Antarctica. Stop trying to be a polar bear. Stop trying to be a kangaroo. Just let us be who we are. Develop who we are. Take an assessment of what we're calling our culture and analyze it. What kind of person is our culture to produce? And by the looks of it, statistically, it's not looking good. Not looking good. Because we don't take the time out to really analyze and acknowledge all of these points that are being made. Nobody can refute. And this is the thing. We can get mad and we can get caught up in our feelings about certain things. But the one thing that you're not going to be able to do is to refute anything that I'm saying. You're not going to be able to refute it. You can't sit here and say that you are something that you're not. So again, because I'm about to wrap it up, let me put it back on the screen. I want to summarize this, and I'm gonna make it crystal clear like I did in the beginning. So let me make this crystal clear for y'all one more time before we go. Put this back on the screen. So here we have it. What I spoke about tonight, and it was really quick, y'all. I mean, we're 2.5 hours in. The first 5 minutes, I made the case already. I made the point. It was crystal clear. It was very simple. Okay, so really everything else is just me, just trying to hang out with y'all, and further elaborating. But let me reiterate at the end of this. So, African, to be African, or not to be, but to be African, there are two senses of the word. There's a genetic reality, and then there's a political reality. On the genetic side, which is on the screen right now, is the left-hand side, is we are Africans. I am African. I'm speaking for myself. I am African. But why? Because I have recent African ancestry. Sub-Saharan African ancestry, to be specific, like they do. Okay, so I am African. People in my lineage, in my recent ancestral lineage, were actually victims of being kidnapped, tortured, and survived the Middle Passage trip to North America, to the United States of America. They survived and did whatever they had to do to survive long enough to reproduce and have children, who their children had children, all the way up to me being alive and be able to speak to y'all to this very day. I am a result of that. And in that sense, I am definitely African. We lost the specificity, so we identify with the entire continent. Because, as I showed, there are over 45 distinct ethnic groups that were involved in the transatlantic slave holocaust. Of those 45 groups of people, we generally do not know which specific group that we descend from, or even if there was a mixture, because our mother may be from one ethnic group, and our father or the two kidnappees may have been from two different groups, and reproduced, creating, a child that had two backgrounds of ethnicities. All of that is blurred and stripped and taken away from us systematically now. This wasn't, just some accident like, okay, we just got amnesia. No, this was systematically done. So in that sense, I am definitely African, because we identified that way in that day. We created the ethnic identity of African as an amalgamation of the 40 plus ethnicities that were involved in being kidnapped. We invented that. That's a post transatlantic slave trade identity. Now, on the right hand side of on the political reality, I am not African. I am not a citizen of any of the 54 African countries. I'm not a national of any of those countries. I'm not under any government of any of those countries. Anything those countries do, policies it makes, laws it makes, and stuff like that does not involve me. It does not affect me. I am not under any of those jurisdictions whatsoever. I'm not domiciled on the continent of Africa in any of those countries. I'm not pressured by the geographical topographical environment, its food, its social pressures. I'm not under any of that. And that's the political reality. And that, by that sense, I am not African. So again, on the screen, you see the subtitle. It says simultaneously being African and not African. So I am both. I am African and I'm not African. But there's just two different senses of the word. That's it. It's real simple. It's just simple, just like that. Now, this is like a duh. You're like, okay, I get it. Would y'all? So what? Like, duh. Here's the takeaway. I want y'all to think about this. Is the important takeaway? Is yes, it's simple and it's like a duh moment. Like, okay, I get it, duh. But what's up with it? Here's the point. We should take this understanding and don't mix the two. Don't think that by declaring that you're African has any power outside of the ethnic identity aspect, which is just a declaration of your recent ancestry. We are a group of people that have created the identity, and we are still a work in progress in terms of anchoring a unique culture for ourselves here in the United States of America. But what we tend to do is we focus on being African because for some reason in our minds it makes us feel good to reject anything that involves the quote unquote white man and so on and so forth. And by that, we're being distracted because we're not participating where the power actually is that affects our lives, which is the political side. We declare African, we declare our blackness, we're black and we're proud. We talk about black power, black African power, black, blackity, black, and black. We want to make everything black. We want to make Buddha black. We want to make Jesus black. We want to make King James black. We want to make the Olmec heads black. We want to make everybody black. Santa Claus is black. Rudolph is black. He just got a red nose. The Hulk is no longer green. He's black. You know what I'm saying? We want to make everything black. For what? While we're doing that, we're distracted because by doing that, we're not participating in the things that actually affect our lives, which is the political side. Politics. We even create words called politricks. We say, oh man, politics is nothing but people lying, and that's just politricks. It's just tricks. That's the tricks of the white man. Politics is invented by the white man. White man. I ain't worried about that. You know, those presidents, I ain't elected no president, no governors, no House of Representatives, or anything. I'm not doing all that stuff because all that stuff is rigged. The presidents are pre-planned. Matter of fact, presidents are manufactured in a test tube. Presidents are really clones of this, that, and the third. All the presidents are related. I bet you did a DNA analysis. All the presidents are related. I mean, we go on and start talking about all that nonsense as an excuse not to participate in that arena where it actually has the power. And listen, this is not Wujawa making this up. Read The Blueprint for Black Power by Dr. Amos Wilson. Read books like by Dr. Wade Nobles. Read those books. They outline things very, very well. Matter of fact, Blueprint for Black Power is, man, that is a powerhouse book. Watch the lectures by Dr. Amos Wilson, where he breaks these things down. He does a thorough analysis of these things. You can unpack it, even if you disagree with some of the things. It's beyond worth checking out and understanding. But the point I'm making is that we tend to blur the lines. We tend to be distracted and focus on the feel-good side and never engaging the actual activity. Never put our money where our mouth is. To focus energy and motivations behind making something happen. And that's why it's taken us so long. We've been fighting civil rights. We've been fighting rights for so long. And look what happens. Everybody that piggybacks off of our struggles, they have a faster rate of success. Look at the LGBTQ community. They took off straight towards the political areas and got policies and things passed in their favor and in their interest. They're not going around banking and hanging on saying, I'm gay and I'm proud. They know the extent of that. They actually engage in the political process. Look at the recent Asian American COVID hate bill that was signed. Look at that. Nobody going around saying, I'm Asian and I'm proud. I'm Asian and I'm proud. I'm Asian. I'm Asian. I'm Asian. No, they engaged policy and protections and everything through the political process. Can none of y'all what listen to me right now refute anything that I'm just saying right now? If I had more time, we could pull it up and read the bill that was signed recently and everything. That is the level of change. The level of change is not in race, on the racial level. The level of change is not on a continental level. The level of change is not in those two spaces. The level of change starts when you activate and trigger your nationality. Because it is your nationality and your citizenship which gives you access to the political process in which you live in. And that process is the process that affects change in your life, directly or indirectly. Otherwise, you're a passenger watching people make decisions on your life that affects your life without your say so. And that is in a dependent state of existence, and you're just in a periphery. You're just a bystander. And we as a people need to stop being bystanders. We need to engage head on and make a difference. Don't listen to anybody that tell you otherwise. At least not while you living here. Go somewhere else then. Go pack up and move somewhere where the proclamation of your skin color or what have you has an effect. Go somewhere else then. Because while we're here, if we continue to complain while sitting on the sidelines, man, that's retarded. That's retarded. Absolutely retarded. And when I grew up, when I was younger, I saw the power in the engagement. My mother was the head of blacks in government. She was one of the head officers in the organization called BIG, Blacks in Government. Y'all can look it up. She also worked for NIH, and while she worked for NIH, National Institutes of Health, she was one of the key officers in BIG, Blacks in Government, as an organization. And I was young, but I saw, the things that she was involved with and the things that she's done and her colleagues and so on and so forth. Me, in my junior high school in D.C., I'm from Washington, D.C., by the way. In Washington, D.C., everybody knows Washington, D.C. used to be Chocolate City. It's no longer Chocolate City by far, but it used to be Chocolate City. That was a nickname, CC, Chocolate City. And when I grew up, it was definitely Chocolate City because you didn't see nobody but our own folks, black people, unless you would go downtown. I mean, downtown meaning the where the Washington Monument, Jefferson Memorial, and all that stuff is. That's when you saw white people. Other than that, nope. No, sir. Chocolate City through and through. The mayor, the chief of police, all the police officers, everybody. Like literally everybody. Anyway, my junior high school was needless to say, all black, staffed all black students, and the what do you call it, PTA meetings and the board meetings that they had, all black. And I saw the power where black people are making decisions for other black people in their best interest. I saw it work. I saw it at play. And that's where the power is. That's where things affect you. And things like that. We got to get back to that on a bigger and larger scale. If we don't, then we gotta stop crying, man. It makes no sense to be crying, and we gotta stop crying. Then to me it's retarded to to have opportunities to do something, don't do it, and then still cry about it.
Oh, you know what? With what you just said, I think it would help if people actually thought in the sense that, with all the high aspirations that everybody has for, just Black people in general, it should just be one of those things that people keep in mind that, you know how they always say that you're only as strong as your weakest link. So the appropriate strategy to utilize is actually making yourself as strong as possible from the foundation, and then, so when you have one firm and strong group of people, and then you have another firm, strong and group of people, on the other side, and then you have different, firm, strong group of people that come together, then that should be the goal, as opposed to how people think when, like we say, people want to jump steps and whatnot, where people think that, obviously we know that Black people globally are at the bottom of the barrel at this point. Like, we are the lowest of the lows when it comes to everything, politics, when it comes to economy, when all that kind of stuff. So the point is, obviously, multiple groups of people who are weak, coming together does not equate to them being stronger or strong all of a sudden. So the goal is always to think that in those small groups have to be as strong and firm as possible. Then you move up, the hierarchy, as you strengthen each and every level to all the way to the top, because that's what everybody else does. Because when you look at, when we like to talk about Europeans and whatnot, is you have Europeans who come together, from much stable groups of people, so they can make moves, they can do stuff, because the weakest link is not as weak as our strongest link, in that sense. So people just need to, if people get confused as to why these kind of talks are always being emphasized, they just keep in mind that you have to be as strong as possible from the ground up.
Yes, and that goes into another lesson. That's like I said, these series, maybe we need to talk about it on a more regular basis, and we can tease out some more of these issues, because a lot can be said. I was, in the beginning, like I said, I told y'all, if y'all been watching from the beginning, this whole live stream was done in the first 5 minutes, really. Um, you know, so just go back and check out basically the first 5 minutes. I was pretty much done, just on this first slide alone, right here, that you still see on the screen, right now. The point I was making was made. But there's a lot more that we can say and talk about, which what you just said, Emiket, in terms of how the buildup occurs, is from the bottom up, where you have to lay the foundation first and build on top of it. It's just basic stuff that people understand. You can't build any type of structure on a weak foundation. Is if you do, it's going to fall. That's the saying. And so you have to have a solid foundation. Another saying that we need to be mindful of is that you're only as strong as your weakest link. And so we need to make sure all of our links are strong, and that our weakest link is strong enough to bear and bear through the issues. And so we have to understand all of that stuff. And so, I guess my whole takeaway in all this stuff is, one, that we better get our head out the sand, get out of la la land, and face the reality that although we are African ancestrally, we're not African politically. And then by declaring our ancestral Africanism or Africanness, it does not translate and transfer to political power or where change can occur. It doesn't work that way. We live in a world where we have governments. We live within the confines of these governments. They have territorial jurisdictions. They have geographical territories. They, all this kind of stuff. It doesn't matter if we like it or not. This is the world in which we live in. And if we don't like it, we need to get into a position to make change. And that level of change occurs in the political process. And when I say political process, even people then may have a mischaracterization of politics. Like they think it's just narrow voting or whatever, not understanding the entirety of politics, period. Decisions being made for a group of people outside of the individual self and stuff like that. People don't understand how politics works, period. Although politics, we think of politics, we think of, every 4 years, the election. Politics is associated with election. It goes way beyond that. Way beyond that. It's where decisions are made on behalf of people other than the individual. It's the allocation of policies, rules, regulations, resources, monies, and so on and so forth. That's where all that stuff is. That's where the movers and shakers operate on the world stage. And then you have layers of it. The local government, state level government, federal government. Then you have the international contracts, treaties, and so on and so forth. All of that stuff is multi-layered. And if we don't participate in that, we're doomed. Even here at home in the United States of America, we got to get ourselves together. I can't stress that enough. And it's cool. We're Africans. Yes, hoorah, we're Africans. But it doesn't mean that we should be diverted and not participate in our American access. Like, we don't know how much. Like, a brother came on Asar Motep's channel and mentioned some things that should operate as a reminder that our American nationality does speak volumes around the world, even though America is seen by some countries as this, that, and the third. But our nationality as Americans does have clout around the world, whether we like it or not. But here at home, in the United States of America, we don't even want to acknowledge it. We don't acknowledge it. So, anyway, I don't want to keep starting to repeat myself. MK, you got anything else you wanna?
Well, no, not really. I think you summarized it great. And anything I can add, I think might be, like you said, you're doing this in different chunks. So maybe that might apply to the other ones. But yeah, definitely on that, nationality, I mean, that should be known at this point that American citizenship, that is something that is viewed very highly all over the world, not just like on a continent in Europe and Asia, whatever continent you're on. If somebody is not happy and want to exchange the American citizenship for somewhere else, I mean, there's definitely people willing to take that. But yeah, so I think people just need to understand how, what is it called, you got to take the best out of a bad, whatever situation that you're not happy with, because at the end of the day, they having being involved, like when you live in a place, you want to be you want to you don't want to be just like a passive participant in things that affect your life. Obviously, once you understand that things affect your life, people are making decisions that affect your life, then you want to be involved in that, and people have to be smart in understanding that. Obviously, as an American citizen, you have the right to vote. So that means that you have the right to influence certain things, and that is a power that people need to understand that they need to utilize, even if they're not happy about all other things. Because there's no country where you will go to and talk to somebody and they will tell you that they are completely happy with everything that their government does. I know on a continent, everybody will tell you that most of the time. I don't know which country people are not really people are actually satisfied with the governance and whatnot. So that's something that whatever it is you at the end of the day, even if you decide that you don't want to stay in America and you want to go to another country, when it comes to those kind of decisions that are made by the government and things of that nature, you will always be you will not find a place that will actually you'll find it conducive for all your needs in that sense. So that's something that people just need to keep in mind, and take it that you need to be involved as much as possible in things of politics anywhere.
That's an excellent point. Excellent point. And it goes to the age old saying that you can't please all the people all the time. And if you're unhappy here because of the government and stuff like that, and you choose to punk out and not participate and think you're going to pack up and leave and go somewhere else where it's going to be all peachy and rosy, boy, you're in for a rude awakening. Because as Emiket just said, no matter where you go, 100% of the people are not 100% satisfied with the government in which they live in. That's just the way the chips fall. It's going to be always something that that doesn't fit you as an individual. But you got to understand how government works and things. You have to, you have to keep the needs of the collective in mind. And, the ratio of the acceptance and happiness of the people, obviously that's a good thing, but you're not going to find 100%. I do want to address this. Sharp Spear says, without economic interest, your politics will be owned by somebody else's money. But we have to remember that without culture, you're not going to have any economic interest. So we can't pull the cart before the horse. And that was the whole conversation we had earlier on Asar Motep's channel, what Asar presented, in which I'm going to talk about in a different way in the future live stream. I'm going to do a presentation on, as a matter of fact, let me put it on the screen. I'm put it back on the screen for you. Defining the we. Culture as the basis for identity, a population becoming a people. And so in this, I'm going to drive the point home that Asar was speaking on earlier. I'm going to just, kind of take a pathway from the conversation earlier today on his channel. Because basically what Asar, if y'all missed it, you definitely need to check out the conversation. Asar Motep's channel, right? That's number one. Definitely check out the conversation. What Asar pointed out was the fact that African Americans, we don't have our own culture. So listen to me carefully. We do not have our own culture. Yes, we have culture, but we don't have our own culture. And I have to say yet. So I have to qualify it with the word yet. We don't have our own culture yet, but we do have culture. Now, what we do have right now is a culture with Africanisms, but we don't have our own culture. And in the earlier discussion, we Asar defined what culture is and how it functions and what it should do. And if you understand that, you'll come to the same conclusion that, okay, we do not have our own culture. And on that basis, we don't have our own economy. We don't have any of the other things that is rooted in us having our own culture. So what I intend to do in a future discussion is defining the we. And I'm going to try to simplify this as much as I can. Defining the we. Culture as a basis for identity, a population becoming a people. Okay? We can no longer function as a population. We have to become a people. And in doing so, we will then define the we. And even as I talk, I'm using the first person plural pronoun we. W-E, we. If you understand how pronouns work, you have to first define the antecedent before you can use the pronouns. And we never, ever, ever, ever do that. We have never done that. Even when I say we have never done that, I'm still using the word we. You can't even get around it. That's how messed up and screwed up it is. So I'm going to point all these things out. It's a future conversation. As soon as I get the time, I'm going to go through it. So you all be on the lookout for that. And I don't want to be too long, so I really appreciate everyone for tuning in. I'm just trying to see if there's any last comments that I need to highlight. I see Sharp Spear. I'm not really getting. I know you all are having a conversation of your own in the chat. I'm not really getting the gist of the stance. Your stance. I'm just looking at the back and forth. I see Metro. Oops. Metro is saying, I don't want to put. Okay, email. Yeah, you all are definitely going in on the chat right now. I'm not quite understanding the position at all. So, okay. Well, I guess it's too late. I'm not trying to even figure that out. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
Metro customer says, we need reparations. And we do. And and I've covered this 3 years ago. Just go on my channel, the Wujao YouTube channel, under my name, Wujao. You'll see 3 years ago, for an entire year, which is from 3 years ago up to 2 years ago, I've done videos on the conversation of reparations. Because I've come to find out people don't even know what reparations is. They don't even have a clue of what reparations would look like, should look like, or be like. They don't understand it, so I I've covered that. Reparations, repair. You see the word repair. Restorative justice and reparative justice is what reparations is all about. And people don't understand. So yeah, people saying, cut the check. Cut the check. I'm like, are you a fool? Like, that's not realistic. That what that's the equivalent of? And see, I'm gonna blame Metro customer. You about to have me start a whole nother conversation. I'm not gonna let you do it. So I'm about to go ahead and I'm just gonna refrain from that and just go ahead and close it on out. See, you almost got me. You almost got me talking about that. But I will say, let me just finish. I'm not gonna leave y'all hanging. That's the equivalent of asking the government to write people a blank check. Just sign a check and leave the numerical value blank. That is unrealistic. That's la la land. That's delusion. That's retarded. Cut the check. People don't even know what reparations would even look like. Do you know how such a huge undertaking that would be? HR 40, people, I'm sure people heard about HR 40. It is the bill that's being nicknamed the reparations bill, right? But it's not reparations itself. It's a bill to establish a commission, which is a body of people that will be responsible for analyzing the effects of the institution of slavery upon the living descendants of that institution and all of its byproducts, and take that analysis and then come up with a proposal on how to make these people who are party to those circumstances, who are living today, how to make those people whole again, to repair and restore those people or descendants of those people. And do you understand how much work will have to go into that to figure that stuff out? To figure out who deserves or who was affected exactly, and how to roll out any kind of proposals? Because proposals is not just monetary or money. It's policies, it's laws, it's protections, it's programs, it's institutions, it's organizations that have to be created, formed, developed, maintained on behalf of said people. Just trying to identify the people alone is a hard thing to do. Let's say the government wants to help, like without being asked. They want to help. They, who are they going to help? Like who should they help? Anybody with their hand out? No, they have to figure that out. They have to differentiate who is actually eligible for reparations. A reparations being executed and rolled out. All of that. So people who are saying, "Ah, man, F HR 40, just cut the check, We know slavery happened. We don't need to study slavery. Why you gotta study slavery?" That's some retard. That's what I'm saying. We are doomed. We are doomed. And this connects into the topic that I've been talking about and what we've been talking about lately, all across, the various different channels and on Facebook and stuff like that. We don't get it, man. We don't get it. And, we're in a situation because because of what we've been through. And we got to stop using that as an excuse. We better get ourselves together. Being black and proud, man, that's detrimental. I know what black means. Functionally. I'm over the feel good. I'll throw in the James Brown song in a minute though. But I'm over the feel good. I don't need that feel good. We're past that. Like that was for an era of time to reverse and push back on something. We're beyond that. We're supposed to be beyond that. Some of us are, a lot of us aren't. So we need to pump our fist up and continue to say, I'm black. What's up, black man? What's up, God? Now we not satisfied being black no more. We elevated to God. All that stuff to inspire self-esteem. That's cool. That's therapeutic. But that's not where the change occurs. You can't. Okay, let me put it this way. This is the last thing I'm gonna say. I promise y'all. What we're doing is, I'm gonna use boxing as my analogy. What we're doing is we're in the sparring gym, punching on the speed bag, the punching bag, and the speed bag, on those two things. And we're doing real good. We're punching the punching bag, and somebody standing on the other side bracing it. And we're punching it, and they're feeling the punches. We doing the left hook, the left jab, the right hook, the right straight down the middle. Bam, 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 bam. We hitting that bag, man, and we doing excellent, boy. We got our power. Everything is all good. We're doing a speed bag. We're gonna we doing all that stuff on the speed bag. We making beats out of it. Somebody coming up and rapping next to us, like we making beats out of the speed bag and everything. But guess what? You're not going to win a championship belt in the sparring gym. You're only going to win the championship belt is in the boxing ring, actually fighting another boxer, not in the sparring gym. And so I'm using it as an analogy because we hoorah about the self-esteem aspect of things. We're like, yeah, I'm black and I'm proud, black power, black African power. What's up, black man? Black, blackity, black, 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 black. That's to build up your self-esteem. Just like in the sparring gym, you're building up your stamina. You're jumping rope. You're doing crisscrossing and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? You shadow boxing, you punch in the bag. All that stuff is to build up, build up, build up. But where it really counts is in the ring. And that's what we fail to do. We do all of the build up. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. All that stuff. I know you got soul. Boom, boom, boom. All that stuff. If you wouldn't be in here. All of that stuff make us feel proud. We got the whole nine, man. We got all that good stuff. But guess what? We're not stepping in the environment where change actually occurs. So anyway, that's what I mean. We better get it together. We got to move from the feel good into of the area of efficacy. And I don't think we're not doing that because we're distracted. And I'm doing this because you got certain people. When I say we're not African, people went bananas. People went ate bananas. People went crazy. What you mean I'm not African? Brother, you're not African. What you mean by that? My people said we're African. Look, all throughout history, I could show you books. I could pull up PDFs on my phone all day, all day, all day. We're African this, African that. I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. We are African in that sense. We're African in the sense of ancestry, but we're not African, has no political power. What you mean it don't have political power? They don't. Your political power comes from your nationality or your citizenship being an American citizen, not an African citizen. Nothing. None of that. Then it goes crickets. Then it goes back to, now you say we're African. Show me, prove to me a definition where in order to be African, I got to be the citizen of an African country. Well, all right, since you want to make it, that simple, here's Webster for you. And sense number one is exactly what I said. To be African in sense number one, you have to be native or inhabitant of Africa. Are you a native or inhabitant of Africa? No. All right, then, rest my case. But, 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 but. Let me stop. All right, y'all. But listen, I appreciate y'all tuning in. And
That's funny. Imagine if somebody actually, like you travel. What country should we take? Let's take a country that people don't usually take. Let's say you go to Gabon, you know, and then you arrive and you're at the border patrol, and then you go to the residence part, and then you're standing there, and then it's like, okay, sir, so well, where's your passport and all that stuff, and then you bring in your books. And you start taking them down history lane.
pulling up PDFs and whatnot, be like, like the sister, the NBA sister in Russia. Imagine if she's trying to get out of her situation and she pulling up on her phone some PDFs. See, I'm African. My folks, we had African in front of our institutions, our name. You got the African Grand Lodge. You got the African AME Church of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints. You got African. But they going to be like, what? Are you serious? And look, Asar and Motep comes on here, starts some trouble right when I'm trying to close out. What's going on, Asar?
Oh, nothing. I've been in and out, and so I didn't know you were closing. So I wasn't gonna say anything anyway. I just jumped on.
All right, yeah, I'm long overdue. I was supposed to close like 27 minutes ago. I'm up here just tripping, man. But yeah, I don't know if you heard the things I was saying, but I was basically um, referencing your conversation earlier and just building out the how we are Africans in one sense, and then we're not Africans in another sense, and that us, just simplifying that aspect, but emphasizing the importance of where the power actually lies, in terms of declaring African ancestry is not where the action of change occurs, within the hierarchies of different government policies, things that affect our lives and stuff like that. And so I was just emphasizing that even as a hyphenated label that we use, African American, it's an ethnicity hyphenated to the nationality. So African will be our ethnicity for that sake, and then American will be our nationality combined. That's what the hyphenated American is supposed to represent. And it ties into the African identity that we created once we were here. I kind of went over the amalgamation of the 45 plus ethnic groups that were kidnapped off the continent. And once we got here, over time, we kind of amalgamated and created this identity of collective identity based on the circumstances and, so on and so forth. And so I basically kind of reiterated those things, but emphasizing how we can be African and not African at the same time, and then where the power actually lies, and not to mistake the us claiming we're African, it being in a political sense. And that's what people tend to do. They say, hey, I'm African, identify with the continent on a continent level, but there's no state, there's no polity called Africa, there's no seat in the UN called Africa, there's no seat in NATO called Africa. None of those things, even on the world stage, exist. And then nothing that goes on in Africa, policy-wise, government-wise, and stuff, has any jurisdiction over here in the United States while we're here as its citizens. And these are just fundamental things that we gotta understand. And once we do understand, we can develop and do the things that you were outlining. Because what I reiterated, my summary of what I got from your presentation was the acknowledgement of the fact that we as African Americans, we don't have our own culture yet, but we have a culture with Africanisms, but we don't have our own culture yet. And it's very important for us to develop our own culture, which will be, which will prevent us from pulling the cart before the horse, type of situations. And on that basis, we'll move from being a population, which they define us as the largest minority population in America, into a people with agency, and blah, 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 so on and so forth. Here. Anyway, I was just trying to deal with that. But yeah, see, Amir said we do have culture. Yeah, so I want you all to hear my words carefully. Yes, we do have culture with Africanisms, but we don't have our own culture. And what I suggest everybody do is to go back to Asar's presentation and listen to it, because you have to properly define culture. And once you listen to how culture is defined, you will understand why. And I agree with the fact that we don't have our own culture. But yes, we do have culture. I mean, we have culture with Africanisms, but we don't have our own culture. And anybody who thinks we do have our own culture, the operative word is own culture, then you have a very reductionist or minimalistic view of what culture is, point blank. And I really need to end this, because we going on 3.5 hours now, and Donnie Williams come popping his head in here. He about to make the thing go longer. What's going on, Donnie? What's good? Donnie, I can't hear you if you're speaking. Going once, going twice, 3 times a lady.
His microphone got smacked by Will Smith.
So anyway, sorry, I was just and then I was saying we probably need to have a series of these conversations to touch on different aspects of the same topic, different angles of the same topic, of all of this, So that was my attempt tonight to deal with it. And here come Ngozi. Amir Ba is about to extend this. What's going on, Amir? What you guys say? Hopefully it's something just quick.
No. It's something quick. I just wanted to say, African Americans. It's going to be less than 20 seconds. Black Americans or African Americans played a major role in establishing partially the New World or America, and I think that American culture is Black culture. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, what we produce here and what we've been through here, what we learned here, and what we gained here represents us. I do believe, this is just me, I do believe that African Americans have a culture, and our culture is just as ethnical and just as strong as the Yoruba culture or the Igbo culture, but it represents an exterior African culture, because these were Africans that went through this out of survival and used the components that they gained within this new world and formed a setting pattern for them right here. So what I would say for me is that African Americans do have a culture. We have our own dialect of English, which is, you study linguistics, you're deeply in tune with it. Our own vernacular of English. We have a certain way that we dress, even though multiple people in different states dress a certain way. We have our own types of food, regardless to people looking down at it, and it may be bad in some cases. It's a healthier way to make it as well. We have elements that a music that we created here in our own way, blues, hip hop. And so I do like how you say we have some African components. It's African-ish, something like African from the continent, but it's our own now. It belongs to us. So I do believe that we have culture. We're still the most influential people in the world. You can see that with a new layer of hip hop, which is drill music that starts from here in the South and is going everywhere, you know?
Yeah. So let me say this. What I would, and I'm only saying this briefly because I'm trying to close out, but I definitely understand what you're saying, and I know why you're saying what you're saying. But in the context of the earlier conversation that Asar had on his channel, you would really have to watch that because he defined all the cultural elements, and so based on what you're saying, I understand because that's kind of like the default. That's what we would all say is that, okay, yeah, we have culture, we got the music, we got the all the Africanisms and things like that, and definitely our immediate ancestors built this country. We made it what it is in terms of even through the horrific circumstances of slavery. This country is what it is because of the free labor that took place and all that kind of stuff. But what actually is a culture and defines a culture is where I think you should go and listen to the other show, because what culture is supposed to be and what it's supposed to produce and stuff like that. That's what we don't have at play yet and things like that. But yes, we do have a culture, but it's not ours that fits ours. Because remember, the fundamental meaning of culture, without getting all deep and stuff, is an environment in which living organisms can thrive. And right now, we have a culture of maladaptive behavior and adjustments. We're adopting we have a reactionary culture, that's built off of being reactionary and stuff like that. It's not built by ourselves to actually thrive, and we're not thriving. And things like that. And same, it's not just us, but so until we develop our own to where we can actually call our own actually thrive, then that's a different story. But I mean, it's a whole lot more, but Asar had a whole 2-hour presentation on
Let
it.
me ask you this, Brother Uj. I know you got to go. Let me ask you this. Could we say the same thing for most Americans, including renegade Northwestern Europeans that we call white people? Because America's fairly new. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And this is why people don't agree, but this is why I embrace the Creolization. This is why I define us as Creole, because we do have European elements in us, not just genetically, but also culturally. It's all that, because we come from a hybrid cultural society. So, could we say that for most people here? Because America's fairly new, and it's still going through changes. We don't know where America's going to be in the next 50 to 60 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but well, to that point, what I would say is I would say no to it, only because the platform and environment, the climate of this country and the social climate of this country favors whites. It favors Europeans, even in the minority. What you're talking about. It favors them by default. Just the policies and how everything is set up. So it's different. It's definitely different. But what you bring up, I mean, we could talk about it, and I wouldn't mind talking about it in another another live or whatever, extended and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay. But I appreciate you for letting me in. I'm definitely gonna tune in whenever you do another one, brother.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, sir.
Donnie, real quick, you got your mic?
Hold on, I
fixed?
just want to recommend one book for people to understand the culture of the Europeans who came here and settled. It's called Albion's Seed, the Four British Folkways. Right, and it's a thick book. It's about the size of Blueprint for Black Power, and I forgot the author's name, but it's Albion's Seed. If there's no chat here that I can type it in,
Yeah, it's a
but
private chat.
let me see if I'm.
I'll share it on my screen. I got it on the screen, so I'll just put it so people can see it at least.
And make sure that's how you spell it. Albion Seed.
It's on the screen now.
Yes, that's the text. Four British Folkways in America. And you can, if you get this text by David Fisher, it will tell you how the culture of Europe and the different cultures from Europe, more specifically in the British Isle and the Scot Irish and the like, how that came here to the United States and set up there's four fundamental European cultures that dominate here, and it goes through all of the language ways, the marriage ways, the religious ways. It breaks it down in a very cogent fashion, and I think it's a good basis to determine what is culture even in other settings and how it survives. See, unlike with African Americans, there were no laws restricting them from practicing their culture, and they set up their society here in the United States based off of their culture in Europe and the ideas, and of course borrowing from the Roman culture and the Greek culture and the like, and then adding their own twist to it. But they were fully conscious of and had access to the people, the knowledge of their history and culture, and the like. And they weren't forced into ghettos and then restricted, went through an indoctrination process to remove as much as possible the unique African uh, folkways, if we should say, that allows for a people to thrive. So when if you want to understand America and what became so-called American culture, understand it's just British culture, and British culture with the adoption of uh, Roman Roman Empire ways, of course French ways, because the British Isles were conquered by the French, and they ruled government for almost 1,000 years, and so that shaped a lot of the way their government works and all the like, and the issues there. But we're in a totally different. There's no such thing as a pure culture that is not influenced either by force or voluntarily from other groups of people. So by that definition, every culture is a Creole hybrid culture. But that's not the situation that we have here. We've adopted uh, by force their language, their religion, their style of dress, their values, their form of economics in terms of capitalism, their form of architecture, their form of, if I don't know if I said dress, but if I did, I guess I'm repeating it. Their style of dress.
Their
What
hairstyle.
just because
Let
you
me
put
stop.
some Africanisms in there, you put some kente cloth on the tie is still European. You get what I'm saying? So, in terms of education and what you use the education for, we don't learn, we don't go to school to find information on how to build us up. And I'm speaking more collectively, not the individual Morpheuses and Neos who are in the chat. The masses of people gain skills so that they can get jobs to maintain the power relations between ourselves. If you try to use those skills in developing, black folks in businesses and economies, you might not make it. because the system wasn't set up for you to thrive. We have to hack and do other things to find some kind of um, uh, success in this space.
Yep.
And so
That speaks.
it's totally different when you understand culture is about investment. It is what is the collective social investment in the individual to help them become a certain type of human being that is used to develop and strengthen and expand the culture itself. And our our attitudes, our taste. Notice when we want to buy something very expensive and show off that we got some money, is never with any kind of African American or African products. When we go on vacation, we want to go to Europe. When
Wait,
we
wait, wait,
get
wait, wait,
all
wait.
religious, we
Gucci,
want to go to Mecca. And
Gucci is black. I don't know what you're talking about. Gucci, Louis
and,
Vuitton,
and we want to go to
Chanel,
Israel and bump our head against the wall. But no
Maybach.
one says I want to go to Ghana. I want to go visit Ile Ife. I want to go visit the great Zimbabwe and bump my head against its wall,
We'll go to Paris.
because culture shapes your taste, and your taste dictates, your interest and where you would spend your money to acquire those tastes.
You know, like I said, see, that's yeah. Nah, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna let you have that last word because I'm gonna have to end this because see, you about to trigger no whole nother. I had a whole bunch of thoughts right there. Like I said, I wanna keep up the this series of discussions. I don't care what channel, what platform, anybody that's having this line of discussion. I'll probably chime in on because there's a lot to unpack. And what I did today, really, the first 5 minutes of this video was really it. I was done after 5 minutes, and everything after that was just unpacking or explaining or even repeating myself. And so, but yeah, I think people need to watch your presentation, watch some of this or the first 5 minutes at the least. I just made my point, supported it, made it something simple because people. What I don't like is people to create these pseudo disagreements just because their comprehension is off key. And I noticed that people do that a lot in the circus community, conscious community. They will mischaracterize your statement or argument and then don't allow you to clarify, but then go on and on and on about the mischaracterization and create a pseudo argument just to keep it going. And I really, like people can call me names and I'm not moved, but if you do stuff like that, that's what gets under my skin. Seriously. But anyway, once again, I do need to end this, man. We've been on for almost going on 4 hours now, and I really appreciate everybody.
And you slacking. It's supposed to be minimum 6 hours.
Nah, trying to.
I'm getting off, but I appreciate the time. All right, peace.
Yeah. All right. Peace. Appreciate that. Appreciate you coming on. Appreciate Amir stopping through. Donnie, man, we gotta get you we gotta get you off that Cricket Wireless, man. I don't know what's up with your. We haven't heard from you, man. We haven't heard from you in a while. I think it's that time. So listen, if y'all want to donate to getting Donnie off of Cricket Wireless Wi-Fi, hit the super chat. we'll get Donnie. We'll get Donnie some proper internet connection. Donnie tried to come in here like 5 times, and I don't know what happened. But all right, enough of that. Hope y'all learned something, had some takeaways tonight. And listen, if you don't agree, that's fine. What I don't like is when people give up and say, "Well, let's just agree to disagree." If you disagree, right, with anything that I've said, write it down. So you catch me on another live or wherever where this topic is brought up and bring it. I like discourse like that. I don't like when people agree to disagree when we can't reason it out and use logic to be that defining medium in which we, come to some kind of resolutions and things like that. So, Medjay Albo just came out flat and said, "I disagree." He don't even know what he disagree with. He just like, "I disagree with everything you said, even though I ain't hear nothing you said. I just disagree."
Yeah, but most in these kind of conversations, from what I've seen, for the most part, when there's a disagreement, there's really not a disagreement. It's almost like, I guess, these kind of conversations, and I'm glad you're slowing it down, and breaking it into smaller pieces that we'll get to see. But in these kind of conversations, it's usually because of like you always say, guys have to have a working definition, because sometimes you find that everybody's talking about different things but thinking that they're arguing about the same thing. So yeah, that's one thing. Like, even with this, people could disagree, and then you find out that there was really no disagreement. It was people talking about different layers.
And that's important. We're gonna get it together, y'all. I'm still optimistic overall. So we're gonna get it together, and I'll do my part. And like I said, everybody, we're not all the same. Like, we don't have a bunch of Wujao clones out there and everything. I don't expect everybody to agree and think the exact same, but we have to get on code, on some key issues, and just hammer it out until we can start reasoning through these things, unpacking and reasoning, and start to find out what's a true disagreement versus just misunderstandings, miscommunications, and all that kind of stuff. All right. So with that, I'm gonna say I appreciate everybody tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your week. Oh, brother Donnie, appreciate. Yeah, I had it on the screen that you super chat 10. All right. So listen, Donnie donate to his own Wi-Fi. Boy, we can get you off that Android, man. Get you an iPhone 14 about to come out. Or something like that. We're gonna do something for you. Or get you off of Cricket Wireless at least. No, I appreciate that, Donnie. Listen. Oh, let me do this. While y'all watching, man, I never do this, but let me do this. Okay, so I want y'all to notice, right? We never, on this channel, we never solicit donations. We don't ask Cash App. We don't ask for super chats, even though super chats available. You don't hear us asking for donations, asking for Cash Apps, and giving out our Cash App handles and stuff like that, right? But I definitely appreciate any donations. Any donations that do come through is we put it towards books and research materials. Period. That's it. And so any donations we would appreciate. But check this out. Instead of just giving a donation, which we would appreciate if you do that, we have other ways that you can support. For instance, you can go to sableuniversity.com and sign up for any of the paid lessons or courses. And most of them are free, but we got the Sesh, Medew, Netcher. That way, and the point I'm making is that you don't have to donate, period, if you don't want to, but you can donate where there's an exchange. So you can go to heckaapparel.com and buy t-shirts. Matter of fact, let me pull it up real quick just so y'all can see. Bear with me one quick second. Hecka Apparel. Let me pull up the site. This is how you can support, and we can have like an exchange. Free will offerings, what they call free will offerings, where you donate and there's no exchange. Hey, those are welcome too. But what the point I'm making though is that a lot of people don't even know that there's ways to support what we're doing in this way, because me, silly old me, I never promote it. We never promote it. So let me show y'all on the screen now. So this is Hecka Apparel. Go to heckaapparel.com, and we're going to be updating the site and updating the products. But all these different t-shirts, you can see them. Let me go to the t-shirt page, and so you just see the variety of it. So we got Africa is in my DNA. That's actually fitting to the topic that I was talking about tonight. Like, duh, how come I didn't even have that on the screen to show y'all? I should have, right? They're only $19.99 for a t-shirt. Got women and men. We got African Genius. Let me click on it so y'all can see it. Hopefully it'll come up. Y'all see this? Look at that. African Genius. And it's spelled out in the periodic table. Germanium, nickel, uranium, sulfur. Those atomic labels spell out the word genius. And it happens to be African Genius, which is STEM, dealing with science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. They call it STEAM, or some people say STEM. We say STEAM, including art in there as well, not just STEM. STEAM. $19.99, $20 for a t-shirt. All of them are $20. So anyway, if you want to help out and donate, you don't have to donate or help out in just, with a free will offering. You could actually have an exchange. We got Unk Life. This one right here. Look at this right here. Watch out for people like this. You see the symbol? People whose dome or mind is empty, but their mouth is full. They're talking a whole bunch of nonsense. I mean, caution. It's call it a caution t-shirt. So anyway, that's one way to support. And there's other t-shirts, scientific swag. Look at this right here. Scientific swag. See that? Sulfur, tungsten, and silver. Spell out swag. The atomic code for those. Scientific swag. I mean, so you all get your t-shirt on. Look at this one. Nisud Beatty. See that right there? Nisud Beatty all day long. But if you wear that, somebody might think, oh, you think you're a Commission. You think you're Egyptian. Don't listen to them. I got one. Matter of fact, I'm gonna post it. Post a picture of me wearing it. Anyway, so y'all go to the website, check it out. And, more t-shirts are coming, more designs are coming. But I'm just saying, I guess I'm bringing this up because this is a way that you all can support. All of these things goes towards the things that we do, that I do, and to build out some kind of organized way of disseminating information. All right. Then also with that is Sabre University. So let me pull up Sabre University so y'all can see that. Y'all see it in the beginning of every show I do. This show is being brought to you by Sabre University, all that good stuff. Y'all just sleeping on it. But let me just pull that up real quick. This is Sabre University, online education.
Yeah, with what measure I said, definitely the cups. If you can get the STEM mugs, that would be great.
So this is Sabre University. I told the story behind the name Sabah University. But look at the most of these are free. So look, Egyptian hieroglyphs, a quick lesson in transliteration and translation. That's free. Has the hieroglyphic writing system been deciphered? $20. Now it's only $20 because there's a book. You're paying for the book. The book is on the Amazon. If you already had a book, the course is free. If you don't have the book, you buy the book. You get into the brief course. It's a course to make sure that you understand what you read. A quick lesson on grammatical gender in Rani Kemet, which is the ancient Egyptian language. That's free. Logical reasoning, $10. It goes over logical reason. Logic, what's reasoning, and how that operates, how that works. I suggest everybody get that. That's a course created by Emiket. And I mean, there's others. So you just go on the website, Sabre University, and just register for a course. Even if it's free, just check it out and participate. We're trying to build up, a community within an educational environment. Skipping all the drama. We like to have fun too now. So we're not some stiff tightwads. We still have fun, but we just skip the drama. We skip all the bad character drama and detrimental things. We try to do without all that. All right, we do our best, and we've been doing good up to this point. So anyway, that's a way that you all can support. And then obviously you can get the books. If you go to Amazon, get the books. We have the Beginner's Introduction to Medew Netcher. We have the Penmanship book. We have the decipherment, the rebuttal book, and that's it. And then I have an upcoming book that I'm getting busy with that should be out later this year, which is a grammar book. Those are ways, I'm just saying all of this to say that those are ways that you all can support. So, I'm gonna start showcasing these things more because people have asked me, how come you don't remind people about the super chat and stuff like that, and I always forget because, I'm just not used to doing that. I appreciate any donations and stuff like that, but everything goes towards building out. Building out, getting more books. I got a big list. And by the way, my birthday is coming up April 14th, y'all. April 14th, my birthday. I got a big long list of Amazon books. I got my eye on the new Apple Mac. So if any of y'all feeling real generous, hey, hit me up. I will definitely point some things out for you. But anyway, so check all that stuff out, and I really appreciate it. MK, you got anything? Any departing words?
Not really, but that was good because sometimes we forget to add those, and definitely because what you've said, then I myself, I think I will try to add more free courses and just very low price courses for those people who want to donate. So at least there is some proper exchange in that sense. So I will do that. But that was good that you gave people more options than just giving fans just like that.
And not to mention, I don't know if you all know this, but super chat, Google takes a big percentage of all that super chat stuff. So I don't know if y'all know that. I didn't even know that at first either. Even though they tell you when you activate it or whatever the case is, when you reach the threshold and qualify for a super chat and all that stuff, but nobody reads the fine print. But anyway, support, you can support in all those different ways, and I really appreciate all of us. We appreciate it. I appreciate it, and plus, I would love to see you all in the t-shirts. And if you ever want to know the story behind any of the designs, listen, I could talk to you for days, cause Hecka Apparel, Thinkware, and all that good stuff is made to strike up conversations and to teach. But
I hear you and Hitler share the same birthday.
oh, he said me and Hitler share the same birthday. Oh well, hey, that's well, I ain't okay. I don't want to get canceled. You start siding with Hitler, boy. The Google police be like, what? But yeah, anyway. So peace to everybody. Appreciate y'all tuning in, and let's just keep it moving, man. Keep it going, and hopefully you all have some takeaways. But with that, I'm gonna say Shem Hotep. First of all, Gaden Nefer, which means good night. Shem Hotep, which means you leave or depart satisfied. All right. See ya. So see y'all next time.